Hello, everyone, and welcome to Bruships. If I do this, that should be out. I think I've got someone off eating or sniffing down there, so you probably hear a fluffy research assistant. Might see him. Gonna come say hello to him before I have to go behind. Again, we are on the laptop because of various things, so we're going to disappear behind a question screen very shortly. But yes, we are here. The big fluff is, broadly speaking, getting better, but not eating as much as he's supposed to, is he? And he's not supposed to have endless amounts of bickies. He is supposed to be having his proper food. He's absolutely supposed to be having his proper food. And if we are allowed, do tell me. But hopefully it'll sort itself out. It's kind of, I've balanced at the moment, and I'm hoping it's going to be okay balanced once we get the Discord running. But thank you again to everyone for your support. I'm sorry I haven't managed to order the computer parts yet, but as I said, my pay's a bit late. It'll come in soon. And very soon, then I will do a stream probably on Twitch of me assembling the new computer, because that takes less data for the laptop, believe it or not. And then I will do a stream. We'll do a stream when we're assembling Fleet's PC as well. So this is going to be a few computer themed streams soon. But yes, Steve, I think, is in the chat and is taking down the quote, the comments, the messages. Runon, I think, is doing the ones from Twitch. Steve, I think, is doing them from all the other things. And yeah. And Michael Cooch is asking a question about Shipshape Australia. Could the Shipshape crew send out an email update, please? There should be one, but there is literally, there are just so many things on the way, and I won't say their name, but I do know one of my good supporters, very kind supporters, received a book which didn't have actually a message in it, because the messenger got lost. And there's things like this. We're getting everything sorted out, and this is one of the reasons it also has held up the Japan trip being advertised and all these things, because I wanted to make sure everything is working before we even started that. But questions are coming in now. Thank you everyone for your support. Thank you everyone for your kindness. And Japan trip will be announced soon, and all the details for that. And I will say, for the Japan trip, I do hope we can meet some of the people who are fans of our channel from Japan when out there. You know, the Drax fans, of course, especially. But I have noticed for a while that the fourth largest community, which seems to follow my channel, are Japanese. I have quite a high British follower subscriber count, unsurprising enough. Next followed by America, again, unsurprising. Third greatest for me is Canada. Hello. Fourth is Japan, and fifth is Australia. So Japan has been following me for quite a long time. They're quite a lot of, but I'm not sure if they ever appear in chat. I've never seen anyone who has Japanese characters in chat, so I'm presuming it's they watch after I've gone live. But yeah, it'll be fun. It'll be fun to see if we can see them and say hello to them. Anyway, to the questions, and I should introduce the rest of my colleagues. I, of course, have Runon, and I have Fleet with me today, as you can see up in the corner here. And that's basically going to illustrate who's here, because we might be joined by one of the Dans later as well.
I am a fixture. I am now an immovable object that cannot be removed.
We tried.
And I've got a hot stream on my end. Dr. Clarke, you should have seen an invite come through for co-streaming. We're going to try something for...
We're going to try. We are going to try.
Powder Monkey inactuated. Or activated.
Hopefully. And hopefully the collaboration is live. Please be nice. It's saying my link is unstable because my average stream bitrate is now too high.
That's always the weirdest complaint I've ever seen. You may need to clamber into your OBS and
Yeah,
admit it.
this
I had to do that, and I was just like, "What? This is a complaint?"
yeah, and sometimes it's a complaint on YouTube as well. I will go into OBS and have that argument. I will go and have that argument. Hopefully, I don't need to turn the stream off while I'm having that argument.
I don't think I had to.
Yeah, let's cut it down to 6,000 kilobytes a second.
Go to 4.
Okay, that might be a little bit too low for YouTube.
Split the difference at 5 then, maybe?
Yeah.
Because as I recall, Twitch was complaining when I was pushing out 7 or 8. Night, if I'm too quiet, then there's not much I can do about that.
We will cut. We have cut down to 4 for everything. I decided I decided I could always put it up if I needed to. If they start complaining, I can put things up.
Can in fact go up, as they say.
Yeah. We'll see what happens with that. We will see what happens with that. Alright. Everything is working. Restream seems to be having a mild panic attack, but life is always in a way. And thank you everyone for being here. Now let's go to where the questions are. We answered Michael Cooch's question. So I'm going to stick that with a green tick. Castana, hello. When did the Royal Navy change to AC power on the ships? I know the USN was an early adopter of 60 Hz AC, and the RN used DC power in the early years of World War II. The Royal Navy was actually still testing AC and DC right up until the post-World War. In fact, the Daring class destroyers, the 8 of them, they build 4 to AC power, 4 to DC power, and they build them with different settings as well. So there are literally 2 in any single power combination to test out what's the best power combination. And they do that with the class of the Daring class destroyers, and that's when they start to make their mind up. So it's post-World War II. It's post-World War II. Okay, next one. Romeo Boy. What would the Fleet Air Arm Royal Air Force have to do to allow British F-35s to operate off the 1 Carlos or Trieste class HCs? And if they could, is this a viable option for improving Kanzuk NATO carrier capabilities? Why would they? Don't take this the wrong way, boy, but we don't really have enough to operate off the carriers we do have. Why are we going to operate them off other people's ships? But
and
we can.
Also, as far as I'm aware, the only thing that stopped them operating off of those ships is doing the quals.
Yeah, no, actually, honestly, the Juan Carlos and Trieste class are both certified for F-35s, so you can operate from them. But it's just the
No, I mean the British crew. I mean the British crew would have to do the quals for the carrier. They have to do, just learn the approach. I know it's similar. I know it's similar in VSTOL aircraft for most of the non-Dobar carriers, but there are still some training you've got to do.
It's not the same, but there is some experience necessary to do it. I will agree. There is some experience advised, yes. But it will probably be your
It'd
first.
Be a day, wouldn't it?
It'll be your first landing on Fleet. It'll be literally your first landing on the carrier, and then you go. Oh, you've done it. You now know what to do in the future. Good, done. You can operate from here.
Okay, you are now qualified.
The main problem with it in Kanzuk and the Trieste class, the Italians are going to have their own F-35s, and if we had some Trieste class, they'd be great as the force multipliers to add on to the carrier groups and to replace Albion and Bulwark, but that's going to be difficult. That's going to be difficult to get unless things drastically change our government. But the Australians, actually, for their Canberra class, they removed all facilities for supporting fixed-wing aviation from them, despite them still having the ramp. So whilst you can you do have a ramp and you technically do have the ability to refuel, that's about your limit of support they can offer to fixed-wing aviation because it was removed from them. The one Carlos does have those things still in there, so it could still be worked. But honestly, for that to be viable on a larger force, you would need a far larger force than the currently British strength of F-35s. If you want to know how many F-35s the British Armed Forces have, just remember they're currently deploying 18 on the HMS Prince of Wales, which is going around the world, with the ability to surge 6 more to it when it's going through high threat areas. They're relying on the ability to surge 6 to it around the world. That suggests the British operational fleet of F-35s, in terms of capability, is 24 aircraft. So, yeah. Hi, YouTube Minecraft Watcher. Hello, everyone in the chat is talking away to us. Right, Richard Gross. Hello, new member. Thank you for joining. Good evening. Could the Edinburgh Town class be modified to have twin 9.2-inch guns? Also, glad our rally is getting better. I'm glad rally is getting better as well. It is good. Could they be modified to have twin 9.2-inch guns? As they're originally designed for quad 6-inch, honestly, I think they probably could take a twin 9.2-inch gun mount. A turret?
It'd be a slightly cramped turret, but you could do it. You'd be better off going for a twin 8-inch.
It would be. It's going to sound strange. Well, honestly, it would have, even with the 8-inch. The thing is that you're right about the cramped. They would have the beam for it. They'd have the breadth, definitely, but they wouldn't have as much depth in terms of length of turret.
Yeah.
Which would be the issue. And doesn't matter if you have 8 or 9.2 inch, you're going to run into the same trouble. But you can modify the turret around. You can play around with the turret enough. I think you can make it possible. And honestly, if you weren't going for 6-inch, then 9.2 inch is the better way to go under the British criteria at the time, because you have to remember the reason why the British didn't like the 8-inch was they felt it didn't offer enough firepower on target, enough explosive landing on target, and that was the point. That was why the rapid fire 6-inch at the engagement ranges could beat the 8-inch. And the only thing which could match it, the next level you could actually outmatch the 6-inch with the similar sized turret was the 9.2 inch.
Yeah, and the 9.2 basically, because with the long-barreled 6-inch and the 8-inch, there was very little range bracket in which the 8-inch ship could engage the 6-inch ship without being while still being unengaged.
Yeah.
You go up to 9.2. You have a reasonable safe zone where you can hit them and they can't hit you.
Yeah,
and you've got that advantage back.
It's the often quoted thing is, if war doesn't start till 1942, the British would have been laying down some 9.2-inch gun cruisers in about 1940. And that would have been interesting. That would have been interesting. Richard Gross, we'll tick that one. Bummer Boy from Paul Amos, thank you. We answered that one. Tanner Veloka, hello. Oh, you've been around for 2 years now, Tanner, thank you.
Hey.
How exactly was counter-flooding carried out on battleships' cruisers? Were there special tanks or rooms and bulkheads? A mixture of all. There were special tanks which they would try and use, and if they weren't enough, then they had sacrificial rooms, i.e. they had an order of rooms they could afford to flood. So, yes. Basically, they would prefer to try and use tanks and and counter-flood with tanks and various systems they had, and there was always the fuel tanks, etc. and things. But if they need to bring in more water than that, you flood parts of the ship, and you have rooms for it. Hello, Foxo. Thanks for joining us.
Hello.
Paul Amos, Night 6 everyone. When you said an SSBN with SLBMs of unlimited range and sub-bomber warheads, would make them planet killers? What metric or planet killer do you mean exactly?
Once all the life on the planet is dead, it's kind of a moot point at that.
You're working with, in the nicest way. Knight goes on and says, as you didn't ask me the yield, I had in mind a question. The yield I worked with was the theoretical yield of 100 megatons. If you're talking about a SAR bomber in a nicest way and enough warheads, if you consider the average SSBM carries, let's say, 12 to 16, which can carry another 12 to 16 MIRVs. So let's say it's 12 by 12. That's 144.
Yeah.
100 megaton bombs. That is enough to wipe out planet Earth.
Yeah. Yeah,
okay?
that is not the biosphere damaged and broken. That is the biosphere destroyed. However, what it isn't is the planet damaged in any meaningful way physically. Because the level of bang you need to actually meaningfully destroy or shatter a planet is far beyond anything mankind's come up with so far.
It depends where you're hitting them. If you hit them all at one point. If you have them coming in one after another hitting the same space, you could crack a planet.
Even at that point, you're not into the even 100 megatons. You're not into the.
You're into you're into the level at which you can cause significant tectonic upheaval, which can break the crust of a planet. It makes it unlivable. It basically resets the Earth's outer core. So in the nicest way. Okay, yes, you haven't destroyed the planet, but that's kind of like saying, well, I only stabbed this person through the heart. I haven't destroyed them.
That was the point I made at the start. Like, yes, any amount of usage of these weapons is going to render the planet uninhabitable. But in terms of the planet itself existing,
Hey, Dragon. Yes.
It's still there.
Let's put it this way. It will be a significant emotional event for the planet's geography and the last emotional event for the planet's life.
Biology.
Yes.
It will probably blast off most of the atmosphere.
Yeah, pretty much.
Would it though?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The level of
because so we're looking at gigatons of energy, right?
We're talking about
100 megatons. Basically, if you're deploying 144 100 megaton star bombers, that's 14.4 gigatons.
Yeah, as long as it's in the atmosphere, the actual planet itself isn't going to care.
Not in the atmosphere. Not in the atmosphere. That's going to be cracking into the core, into the crust.
Because the planet's taken teraton level impacts and has retained the ability to support life. So planets are durable. Like
not
did.
a planet on the lives of large complex life forms. Unlikely. Life scale in the microbial life forms probably still survive.
Well, it's not that. It's because the asteroid that wiped out the dinosaurs is predicted in the teratons. So at that point, you're looking human life, large life is gone, but small mammals survived worst. Insects survived worst, probably.
The thing is, it's basically about the reason this is worse is because it's a gigaton level event spread across the planet. That's more dangerous than concentrating it in one spot. If you spread those detonations across the planet,
there's also
basically
there's also
if you're dispersing the energy of the impact.
If you're doing Foxo, one thing that you may not be considering is if you're doing ground burst munitions, there's also a significant radiological impact. Just to address one thing, Team U, we have attempted that. I don't know where that has gone since I sent the invite to Dr. Clarke.
I responded and agreed on Twitch.
Okay. Question mark?
Runon, what's your Twitch name?
Runon _ all lowercase.
Yes, well, You're favorited, and I've sent you an invite.
All right, let's try this. Join.
Because apparently you couldn't invite me, but I could invite you.
That is bizarre.
I mean, I did invite. I don't know. Whatever.
There we go. It makes everyone happy.
Big heck of a hell of a blue.
It makes everyone happy in the end.
I mean, Bowmill Boy, if you look at some of the conflicts that we've had over the period of time, as long as you have a slightly stretchy definition of life, yeah, we kind of have.
Yeah, it's not a good scenario, and also there are specific scenario I was thinking about was doing what's called a time release at a singular point assault, and that was a theorized one, which was theorized first by the Soviets apparently, but also by the Americans as a world-ending event. Because if you crack the crust, the general destabilization you will cause will set off all volcanoes and all fault lines around the planet. And yes, there are specific points you need to aim for to really be viable about doing that, but you can do that.
So I conked it over the head enough to make it work.
That's good. Is it now working for you?
Yes, it appears so. We've got all the right banners and stuff. Let me see if Powder Monkey works in your chat. Notionally it should, but let's find out.
Anyway, Richard Gross. I'm off to the historic dockyard next week. Are there any hidden gems which normally would get bypassed? Which dockyard are you going to? The one in Chatham or the one in Portsmouth? They're both great. The one in Chatham, the thing that I always find funny about the whole thing walking around Chatham, they don't realise how big the missiles were. You know, they go look at the Cavalier, HMS Cavalier, and see her, and they don't realise those Cavaliers were loaded by hand, usually by one person. And look at them and actually realise just how big that guy had to be. Just look at it; it's massive. If you're going to Portsmouth, the historic dockyard there, okay. I will say this, while you're walking towards HMS Warrior, look to your left. There's this random piece of wood and metal which people often walk past and don't really notice. That's actually an example of her armor plate and her armoring and how she was covered. And it's really, really cool. It's really cool. Often I've seen people try and hug it. When I tell them what it is. When I tell students what it is, let me rephrase that. When I tell my students what it is when they walk past it, they usually try and hug it, and they take photos of themselves standing around it in a group trying to link arms around it. It's cool. And I promise I promise to not allow Drac to climb Mikasa, the person who just sent me that as a message. I won't let him climb Mikasa in any way which is rude. I'm sure he'll be trying to get to the top of her, but, you know, no. I answered when did the RN change to AC power, because that was, frankly, it took them long enough. Paul Amos. Ramon, do you think the British proved that the US World War II design vessels and Argentinian service weren't as good as the British design vessels, since those vessels were destroyed early in the 1982 war? In the nicest way, most of those vessels are facing vessels which are about 30 to 40 years younger than them. If they didn't get destroyed, there'd be a problem. And the thing is, if you consider the reality of this, a HMS Conqueror would be an out-of-context problem for World War II. a nuclear-powered submarine that could fire from the depths she fired. Even she was firing World War II vintage torpedoes, which means that actually she could probably have operated quite successfully in World War II, because she could use the same torpedoes they were firing then and would operate that. She's an out-of-context problem for that. And there's also one of the things I think the Falklands War to me shows, and I'd be interested in the other panelists who knows, is there is a limit to how much you can modernize a ship and it still be a viable asset for frontline operations. I think you can you can modernize something for second line operations almost indefinitely as long as the hull works, but frontline operations, first line operations, no, there's a limitation.
I mean, we see the Argentinians are already, and the other South American nations in the 80s have kind of already realized this already. It's just the Argentinians were kind of caught halfway through the reorganization and re-equipment process.
Yeah.
When the war broke out.
By themselves declaring war.
Yes. Which, because they were halfway through their Type 42 procurement, they were looking at some new frigates, which the war kind of precluded them from getting. And then the aftermath of the war kind of got in the foot the procurement for it because there's no money left for them.
Yeah.
So, yeah, there was a whole...
They kind of shot themselves in the foot majorly.
Yeah, but if we look at the other South American powers, Chile, Peru, Brazil, in the 80s, you basically see them discarding their FREM rebuilds. You see them discarding their older cruisers. So, for example, the Chileans and the Peruvians retain the cruisers they've acquired, but that's because they're more modern vessels than the one Argentina has. So, for example, the Chileans and Peruvians, they have post-war cruisers. I think the Chileans have the Tres Coronas and the Peruvians have the ex-Dutch cruisers, which are just newer, so they can be retained for longer.
Yeah.
But all of the World War II era and pre-war era ships, they basically bow out in the 80s.
Okay, so the verdict on the join chat seems to be that the chats are joined, but my bot still only sees my chat.
That's helpful. That is helpful.
So, chat, make your decision as you want to. I've put up pinned messages in each chat, so everybody should have an idea. YouTube, just be nice to Steve and Paul. I'll pitch in when and where I can.
As will I.
As
will I. At times. Okay, so with that being said,
going on your questions. Yeah.
Thanks, Foxo. Ramon, do you think the USN procurement of all 41 for Freedom class SSBN, of all of the 41 for Freedom SSBN, isn't the right decision for the long term, since it would all be replaced by the fewer higher class? They were the right decision for the time. And also, you have to remember, SSBNs, they are part of your overall fleet plan. And whilst, yes, they'll be replaced by the Ohios, the Ohios are far better boats than the Freedoms in terms of guaranteed service. There is a limit you can drop to, though, and I keep trying to explain this to politicians and people that go, one is, well, basically it's de facto a white elephant, but one is, we have this, and sometimes we're even able to use it. Two is an availability, 3 is a higher availability. So basically, 2 and 3, 3 means it's usually available, 2 means it's more often than not, it's normally available. Okay?
Mm.
4,
and
then carry on. And then 4. Okay, carry on for everyone on, because I hadn't finished, but carry on.
One can often be also just we have the capability to build this thing.
Yeah, but the trouble is they'd often take a long time to blow and build. So it goes, one is occasional. This is something nice we have, but it's not really available. 2 and 3 are, well, 2 is an often available, 3 is a usually available. 4 is a capability, it means you always have it available. And after you get above 4, 5 is a affirmative capability, and at 6 it's a we will always have this available. And we have done this, so we will have this available in multiple. So basically, there is a reason why SSBNs normally we're talking about in terms of 4s and 5s, and multiples of 4s and 5s. So if you consider ordering 41 Freedom Class SSBNs, is basically guaranteeing you are normally going to have at sea 10 boats. 10 boats on guaranteed patrol. With one more for deep refits. You know, suddenly it works out a lot more sensible.
Yeah, 41 for Freedom was basically the US surging.
Yeah.
It was them surging to achieve the numbers they wanted. Because they knew full well that whatever followed the boats they were building would be a much better design they could have less of.
Yeah.
But they knew they needed to surge right now, so they had a credible deterrent as soon as possible. And that meant procuring more less capable boats overall.
Yeah.
Although that's only for a given value of less capable.
They were okay for their time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Nigerian, who at the treaty actually wanted 203mm and 4 and 6mm gun sizes? You've just asked 8-inch and 16-inch. Basically, 8-inch was based because the Americans and French were prepared to build to that, and the British had just built 7.5-inch gun cruisers, so they just rounded it up. And 16-inch was the largest caliber of a battleship in service at that point, so they went with that. It's not so much anyone wants them, they are the largest in service.
Yeah, that's basically, we're setting the limits. We don't want these, but we want to set the limits where we all accept they can be.
Pretty much, let's say if Hood had said be launched with 16.5-inch guns, the limit would have been 16.5-inch guns.
Mm-hmm.
And the Americans would probably have still built 16-inch gun ships and not bothered about it, because honestly, if you're already building 16-inch, there isn't enough benefit to be upgraded to 16.5-inch. There just isn't.
Yeah. If someone had built a 9.2-inch or a 9-inch or a 10-inch modern cruiser, that would have been the limit for cruiser guns.
Well, honestly, I think if they built a 9.2-inch, they'd have made it a 10-inch gun cruiser, 10-inch limit. They'd have just rounded up. And honestly, I'm tempted to say if it had been a 16.5-inch Hood, they'd have rounded up to 17-inch, just to standardise and make things easy. But then you'd have had a real interesting debate, because no one would have had the largest gun caliber, which was allowed. No one would have had it. Hello. Sorry, the poodle's just come running into me and is looking at me as if he's guilty, but is basically going, Papa, protect me. So, what have you done? He's claiming innocence. Okay. But the answer to that basically is no one really wanted 8-inch and 16-inch. They were just what it worked out as, which is one of the problems you have. Sometimes you have, at treaties, you have compromises and no one actually wants them. That's just the compromise they come to.
So for those who put together models, you'll understand this pain, but I may have to get one of those cutting mats that has the base sizes on it. Because
oh my.
They've decided to give me both 28mm and 25mm bases. I'm a dumb American. These are not that much different.
No, but don't worry. One's about an inch. One's a little bit longer. Ramol, do you think the UK is ahead of the US in today's procurement of non-DG service ships like frigates, as the UK already started their frigate construction? To be honest, the Americans started with the littoral combat ships, the LCS, then they have changed to the Constellations. The British have been through their own lovely, long-going cycle. The only reason the British have started it and actually have kept it going is they were told they either had to start production of something soon, or the yards were going to close down. or they were going to have to do enough interim build, which is kind of how we got the Batch 2 Rivers. So, yeah, this is the world we live in. Never think the UK government is any better than the US government with these things. We are just as bad in our own ways.
And I will point out, the US might be a little bit slow to start, but once they get going...
Their main trouble is Rumsfeld, and whilst, yes, you can talk about once they get going fleet, but also the trouble is Rumsfeld and the others have caused enough disruption and damage to their infrastructure that it's going to take them a long time to get going. That's the problem. Senator Canero, are refits in ships most of the time a result of a failure in some kind, organizational, financial, doctrinal? No, normally they're normal, average part of life expectancy. Basically, if you're procuring a ship, you're expecting it to be in service for 30 to 40 years. There is no way you can build a ship and expect it to be perfect for 30 to 40 years and technologically up to date. Things are going to change. Things are going to improve. Things are going to be different. New systems. So, you basically build into a ship the expectation to have to refit it at some point. It quite drastically. And that's one of the reasons why the ships are the size they are. And one of the reasons ships have grown is to include space for the upgrade, for the refit. Again, I have a poodle crawling into my lap. What are you going off and doing? Why are you suddenly coming to your papa for protection? Who are you winding up and then running to me? I know you look innocent, and I can't hear any screams of fury, but, you know...
Yet.
That is the operative.
Nothing.
He's done nothing.
Yes,
We're sure. He keeps coming to me and looking incredibly guilty, and he's running from that direction to me and hiding in my lap.
Eating his dinner.
Yeah, I know he's made you hand feed him, which I keep telling you off about, because if you start the precedence of hand feeding this dog, both him and his brother are sufficiently regal in their views of their position in the world, they will expect you to hand feed them for the rest of their lives.
70 used to introduce food for all of that hand feeding.
This one is not. That is the other Dr. Clarke, yes. She's wandering around. As the name Anzac is legally protected and its use is restricted by Australian law, does Australian law apply to HMS Anzac? Okay, I think if the Royal Navy did build an HMS Anzac, it would be allowed and it would be okay, because the Australians can't really legislate law for other nations. No one can do that. I know I had to explain this the other day to someone from another English-speaking country who was trying to tell me that it was illegal for me to be doing something. I think it was driving on the left. We'll leave that to one side. But in the case of, it would probably be, if anyone's going to build something called Anzac, it would probably be the Australians, so it would be HMAS Anzac, in which case the Australian government have the argument with the Australian law, and I'm fairly sure they'd win.
Stafford, our lovely mods over on YouTube are taking a well-deserved break. They'll grab your gear when they get back.
And there's a pub in Ballycastle called the Anzac Bar, yes. Stop. Nope. Stop chewing up your bed.
But my bed is tasty. If bed not tasty, if bed not chewable, then why tasty?
In a nice way, Runon, I have to explain this to a poodle on a far too regular occasion, but it does mean he's getting better. What refit or ship did he make you go, why, the most? The Tiger class, we'll leave that to one side. That and some of the Royal Navy frigates in the 1970s. They really had some interesting ideas. They really had some interesting ideas. How about you all? Oh, what do you think?
Aesthetically, a lot of the DD to DDG refits were interesting.
Definitely
It's going to
aesthetic.
be a bit out of left field, but the ironclad ships in the line,
Okay.
some of them are just, why?
Yeah.
Why?
For me, the Y refit that screams at me basically has to be the oh, I've lost it. I've lost it. Somebody else take my place. I've lost it. I need to find it again.
Well, I'm wondering if you want. I'm just glad you can't see the Twitch chat, whereas I can, and I can see the question coming for you, a fleet.
Okay, you're threatening Fleet. Good.
I'm not threatening to fleet. I just seen the question coming for him. I'm not doing it. Timu is.
You know, if I wanted to, there are some things that I could say which would probably simplify my life slightly, but would also be poaching viewers. And to be frank, I'm not going to do that.
No.
I'm sure immediately off the top of my head which ones make me go just why.
Also, out
The
of the
Tigers are
three,
definitely
out of
good
the
players,
three mainline streamers in this chat, Fleet not watching chat is on brand.
Yes, it
Yes,
is.
this happens far too often. Especially considering this tends to happen when he's not actually streaming the game in particular. He's accidentally streaming it's the rambling screen.
Fine.
Fleet is very big brain at times.
Fleet, I give you Sloop mainly because you are seeking to derive a meaningful portion of revenue from your streaming endeavors. And I
I'm
want
getting
you to
better.
succeed.
I mean,
You
I
are-
did okay.
You
I did
are
okay.
getting better, but
Like,
I
today I was really
still
good.
have to give you Sloop over it.
Like today, I was really good. Anyway.
I would say the only trouble is Fleet sometimes thinks he's doing things the Arme way, and the trouble is, well, rather the Fleet way is like the Army way. It's just not got there. Not got there.
Got it. It's the final Indian rebuild of Hermes. That was it. Let that carrier die, for God's sake. Let her die. Build your own. Buy something from the Russians. Just let Hermes die. She served long enough.
Kuznetsov is waving at you from the wings, wondering, can I die too, please? Please?
Yeah.
Probably.
Bowman Boy, we answered that one. YouTube Minecrafter. What is your favorite admiral captain from each navy, 1900 to 1945, Japan, US, UK, German, Italian, and French? I will pass that over to the group. To the panel. If I was being really cruel, I'd start with Foxo, but I think I'll start with Dragon, just to give Fleet time to prepare.
Which one was it, sir? What was the time period?
What is your favourite admiral and captain from each navy, 1900 to 1945, Japan, US, UK, German, Italian, and French?
Oh, a couple of those I can't really answer because I've not looked into the admirals, and I will have to admit, Britain would have to be either Jellicoe or Cunningham. Both ones that I always quite like how Jellicoe performs, especially in a number of his other duties, and also what he ends up having to put up with at Jutland. It makes me feel a bit sorry for him.
Yeah.
Cunningham is just an excellent admiral in the Med.
Mm-hmm.
If I remember correctly. Like, gets the job done well. Quite like. Japan, I'd probably go with. I will. You know, I'm going to look it up to make sure I don't butcher it because I'm pretty sure Leslie would butcher me if I got it wrong.
Leslie is a peace-loving, kind soul.
Yeah, Togo Heihachiro.
Are we talking about the same Leslie?
Yes.
Mostly because, to a degree, some of his stuff is how I got interested in military stuff. Is learning about Battle of Tsushima, learning about him, and how it all went.
Mm-hmm.
As for stuff like France and the other nations, I really couldn't say. They're not really ones I tend to look at. I have to admirals. I don't have to admit.
That's fine. Okay.
I'm
Fleet.
going to go with Captain Manly Powers, and
That's a name. That's a name.
yeah, you can't if you have Captain Manly Powers. As trans and generally queer as I am, I can't turn that one down, honestly.
No.
And I do have a soft spot for Nimitz and Kimmel. I think they did, like, especially in the first half, they had their work cut out for them, even though their primary objective was just don't die.
Sometimes that's all you need to do.
Yeah. And fleet.
So
Well, we'll
Admiral.
get to your Foxo.
So for me, my favorite captain is Captain Coles because he basically gave the Royal Navy an out from having to build ships from government pressure. Well, not so much build, but design ships from people who aren't part of the naval design staff.
That's not
And
1900 to
favorite-
1945.
Oh, no, it isn't. Oh, damn it. 1900, 1945.
Did they actually find Captain?
We don't know.
Fair enough.
I'm not a people person when it comes to naval history. I'm much more battles and ships rather than people. But obviously I do have a few favourites though. For Admiral for the Royal Navy, I'm probably going to go with Admiral Harwood.
Okay.
Because I am very fond of the fact, I'm very fond of the work he did in the South Atlantic at the start of the war.
Okay.
And he's not so well known.
Remind me to introduce you to Peter Hall.
In terms of captains in the Royal Navy, I'm probably going to go with Cunningham when he was in destroyers, because the work he did during World War One when he was in destroyers is honestly my favourite part of his career. I know he goes on to do flashy things in the Mediterranean during World War Two, but I actually kind of liked the career when he was in destroyers as the captain.
Mm-hmm.
For Japan, I don't have a captain pick. I'm not that familiar with Japanese captains. But in terms of admirals, I think I'm going to have to go with Ozawa. Was handed a horribly difficult situation by the time he got to be in charge of the combined fleet, and did his best to die slowly, which is all anyone could reasonably ask of him.
Yeah.
In terms of the US, Admiral, it's got to go to Admiral Fletcher. Because we know, like, Spruance is well known, Halsey's well known, Nimitz is well known. Fletcher, while he is known, he's not as well known as some of the others. He kind of sails under the radar for a little bit. In terms of captains, I've forgotten his name, and that makes me want to kick myself. That mad, brave man who charged battleships in a destroyer. That absolute legend of a man whose name I cannot forget.
Arleigh Burke did at least once, but I don't think you're talking about him.
Nope. It's on tip of my tongue. Taffy 3. Oh, come on. It's on tip of my tongue. I can see the name, but I can't say it. Come on, someone throw me a bone here.
No one throw him a bone.
Evan?
Just keep...
Evans? Captain,
This is
Captain
more
Evans,
fun.
I think. I think it's Captain Evans.
Yeah.
I think. In terms of Germany, Captain Langsdorff of the Graf Spee for conducting a thoroughly by-the-book professional commerce raiding campaign in the opening part of the war, completely
Yeah.
to the letter of maritime law, and not really, well, because of the fact he shot himself, not really having chance to disgrace himself, his crew, or his ship with the rest of that particular conflict. And in terms of admirals, it's Admiral Scheer. Had the absolute brass tacks to go and try and fight the Royal Navy at the time when the margin of superiority was least in his favour, when his predecessors had had a far better time of it in terms of margins than he had. Italians and the French, again, it's like Dragon. And I know that's going to sound weird, but in terms of French admirals and officers, I don't really have that much experience. Like I say, I'm not someone who goes looking into the histories of people. It's not something that really interests me. I'm very much more metal. I'm much more interested in the
the
metal.
earth with metal.
Not quite
Take
like
the
that.
earth with steel.
Not quite like that either.
Shake the earth with heavy metal.
Not really. Anyone else need to go? Or have we hit?
I think it's Foxo's turn.
This is a bit beyond my knowledge of history. I'd just like to. My favorite admiral. Yeah, technically his Admiral of the Fleet is Charles Forbes.
Okay.
Just because he's. From what I've read of him, he's not one of the big, flashy members of the Royal Navy. That doesn't get, aside from his command on Rodney and his service on Iron Duke at Jutland, he doesn't really have any standout commands.
Mm-hmm.
But he's someone who you can almost see being operational backbone of this is just someone who gets it done kind of thing, from what I've read of him. And he's also had heavy involvement in the Satanist air raid.
Oh yeah.
Which is just something I enjoy. And he's one of those people that you wouldn't hear about him unless he screws up. So you never hear about him because he didn't really majorly screw up.
Yeah,
that
is the problem for a lot of those officers. And Forbes wasn't really responsible for Glorious. There are so many other issues going on there.
That's like the only big issue that happened under his command as well.
Yeah, I know. And he took the blame when realistically it was other people. Can you expand on how Briarwire was used on a swordfish, since you keep mentioning it from Black Horse? I don't mention Briarwire often. There's a tension wire, but the Briarwire, and I'm going to have to go back to the video, to the normal video capture. Okay, so you notice wires going on between the structure tension wires, various wires to provide support and strength for the various positions on a swordfish. They found they could actually use the wire from a bra strap, from an underwired bra, to hold that wire together if they needed to. So basically, the string bag can be held together quite interesting. But the wire you probably hear me talking about quite often is not bra wire. It's a tension wire, which is used for the holding the torpedo, so that the torpedo belly flops. There's a wire attached there. Okay. Ba-da-da-da-bum.
Our wire is very strong. Like,
yes, it is very, very strong.
I think I'm the only one with experience with that stuff, and it is strong. If you get especially the older sail brows.
Someday, my dear friend Foxo, I might tell you about all the capers I got up to being a stage manager and being in charge, stage manager and various other things, in charge of various performances during my younger years, because I was the boy at school who worked out very quickly that whilst I enjoyed playing rugby was pretty much 100% male, whereas the music school on the Saturday morning was 80% female, and of that 20% which were male, 15% of them were not hunting in the same pool I was. So yes, I was very, very happy to be in the music school rather than playing rugby. And my friends at school who could never understand why I wasn't playing rugby, I would go, just let's do the maths here and see who's in the best best target-rich environment. So it's the trouble of having my brain.
I have a conundrum of a target-rich environment. I don't know what I want to work on.
Is this model-wise, or?
Yeah, model-wise.
Do you have a dreadnought?
Two that need work, one on the sprue, two Invictor in Invictor class war suits, about a dozen Marine bikes, a half dozen Votan bikes, I have a lot of gray and black primer staring back at me from this desk, so I am, as you might say, spoilt for choice.
Fun
What about
times.
dreadnoughts? Everyone loves dreadnoughts.
Yes, everyone loves dreadnoughts. Tematu, Alex, I'm an LD next to God. If I say LX1, go there, will be light. I might need a translator for that one, because it lost me a bit.
Lighting director.
Yes, next to God. Ah, lighting director. Yes, that does make sense. Nice way. I was a stage manager in a school system. So in the nicest way, the lighting director was also me. As I was the only one who had the qualifications. So I was doing lighting, directing, stage managing, and often also dabbling in directing, because the directors were... How do I put this? Not very savvy when it came to stunt coordination and stage props. Light designer, yeah. But that's what I used to do. I used to do that. That was great fun at school. I was a trombone player, bass guitar player, drummer. A few other things I did, but I was in the big band, I was in a showbiz band, I was in a jazz band. All these things, and stage manager for all the concerts and all the plays and everything that was put on. I would organise them. I would organise them all, make sure everything was running properly, and that was a fun few years actually. When I look back on it, those are the memories I actually remember more from school than anything else, because they were a lot of fun, but also because I think it was finally in when I was about 16. There was a really big concert put on by the music school. And it was at that point the boys from the rugby group, who are all my friends normally during the school days, came along and saw what I was dealing with the whole time and suddenly went, you know what, we now realise why you've been here for the last 5 years rather than playing rugby with us every Saturday. We have worked this out. Amazingly, being 16-year-old boys, it took them 5 years to work that one out. What can I say? I was always advanced in my age. Castana, Runon, what is the main advantage of a DC power system on a capital ship? Runon, enjoy.
She, Oh, I think she's off in the background somewhere.
She's off probably screaming at someone for asking her this question, but we'll save that one for when she's back. Mark Harkness. In connection to the leadership of the London 1930 Treaty, suppose actual Navy men are sent with a proviso that they get some agreement. Extend battleship holiday, close review, and what? Honestly,
I feel like there's some context here that I'm missing.
Well, I did a video about video on the leadership of the 1930 London Naval Treaty, and how basically they cut out the Navy personnel from it entirely, and the politicians basically run it themselves. So this question is basically turn on its head, the Navy goes instead of the politicians. I think one of the things you won't have is any agreement of dropping guns down to 14-inch, so that's never going to happen.
Are we talking First London?
Yes, First London.
I thought First London was... You still had 16. I thought they dropped till 40 till Second London.
Technically, but they start moving it. They start moving the Gold Coast. That's when the politicians first start moving it. So
yeah, and I mean, if you've got Navy men, the first thing I think you see is that the Navy men are going to understand completely that the way you avoid catastrophic ruin to the infrastructure of everyone involved is, look, because building holiday's been nice, but now it's time to see what we can make within the limits. We need to build something. Otherwise, we're going to start losing infrastructure at a rate which is going to be harder to recover from. If we start now... Well, the thing is, up until First London, the rate of infrastructure loss has been manageable. Between First and Second London, that's when it basically crunches. And you start seeing the loss of some very vital yards and manufacturing bases related to capital ship construction.
Finished?
Yes.
Okay. So, back into the answer I was halfway through giving. And I don't mean that out of jest, because I would have just said, if I'd really wanted to push on, I'd just told you to shut up, Fleet.
It's
So-
fine, go on.
The thing is, they're going to start off with some central procedures. Basically, as Fleet's already alluded to, there are some construction issues. You do need to start getting a level of construction going backwards and forwards. I think one of the things you won't see is some of the games around destroyer numbers and cruiser numbers. I think they're almost the Navy personnel. If you leave them in it, might well just leave the carriers and the capital ships, etc., covered by provisions. They might even make it to an extent like Second London, because that's where there was some things at Second London, pardon me, which came in where there was no cumulative limit. There was only size limits, so they might actually change it, so they might get rid of the cumulative limits. And they would just say, okay, you can't build anything bigger than 35,000 tons and 16-inch guns for a battleship, and you can't build a carrier which is larger than 27,000 tons, but they would get rid of the cumulative limits. And that would be interesting. That would also be quite scary, especially if you consider if that's negotiated and then the Great Depression really starts to hit around the world, then suddenly you're going to have a scenario breaking in whereby you can build as many as you want. And I can see countries literally going, yeah, we'll order some new battleships to replace our older battleships. We'll order some new aircraft carriers. We'll order some new cruisers. All these things because they will save money. Rather than spending money on unemployment, you build a warship. But of course, that really mucks up quite a few other powers. But realistically, the Navy personnel involved really didn't like First London and absolutely despised Second London. Casena, this is for Runon. What is the main advantage of a DC power system on a capital ship?
Well, now that I've unmuted myself, which, is usually advantageous in being able to talk,
It is a good skill, that one.
realistically, until you start getting into the electronic age, you don't see a lot of advantage for DC power. There can be some advantages in motors going to DC power, but at something the scale of a capital ship, you're going to run into the same problem that Edison ran into back in the 1800s, where you just don't have the ability to. There's too much resistance for DC current and the miles and miles of cabling that go into a capital ship. So you're still gonna bias AC if AC is available as a general rule. The other half of the issue is that AC motors tend to be a little bit more torque responsive, which is why Tesla and a lot of modern electric cars use AC motors, which is better for things like rapidly slewing turrets.
Fun times.
Generally speaking, AC is the better system, minus some safety concerns because of the higher voltages. But once you get to electronics, you pretty much have to go DC.
And the next question is definitely Karen. Okay.
Or you have to go such absurdly high frequency on the AC current that you've really left the bounds of normal AC, and I think like Patriot runs at something like 600 hertz is what their generation plant makes for Patriot. I want to say I heard that in a Line Crosser video, but if you try and back that up and find that I'm wrong, I'm not going to be surprised.
Yeah, and it's sort of, you see the transition to a lot of DC power because of chipsets. Beyond a certain point, chips really do not like AC current. They tend to do stuff like fry them. But as you get more as long as you get more, yes, that word. As long as you have more, as you get more of them, you start needing a lot more DC current because, well, it's really, aside from a few exceptions, that are really unsafe, you need DC current to operate microelectronics.
Mm-hmm.
Which, when you're putting them on ships, that's when you get environments where you start to see DC current come to a lot of use.
Right.
As far as I'm aware,
Okay, Karen Foxer.
you can correct me if I'm wrong with this, but a lot of the modernizations of old hulls done by a country like Indonesia tend to still have AC power plants that have transformers for DC current where they need it. It's very inefficient, but it would work.
Yeah, what you'll typically do is you'll just put an inverter at the support point of load, which you
Yeah.
might do if you have like a huge radar set that's going to be a primary draw for DC current, is you might take one generating set or one set of generating sets for redundancy and have those be DC generators instead of AC generators. But depending upon the scale of the generators, they may decide to just run them through an inverter anyway, because inverters are really great at cleaning up noise in the line.
As long as you're okay with losing energy, but I'm trying to tell the chair that loss it won't be that bad actually, but anyway, do we want to move on?
I would say the next question is for Fleet, because it goes, and this is from Michael Cooch, who's been around for 2 years. Falklands War. If there was a surface engagement against General Belgrano, how effective would Sea Slug have been in anti-surface mode?
So Sea Slug can absolutely, I don't doubt Sea Slug in an open sea engagement versus Belgrano could absolutely hit her, especially far enough missiles. You've got proximity fusing continuous rod warhead with an explosive charge. That's going to mess up her upper works. Not sure about penetrations below or at the waterline, but honestly, if Sea Slug can immobilize her and wreck her upper works, all that's needed then is an Exeter equipped ship to come up and slam an Exeter into the side of her, and then it's good night Belgrano. That's the real thing, though. Sea Slug can absolutely render her combat ineffective. It can absolutely mission kill her. But in terms of sinking, you're probably going to want an Exeter or 4-5, possibly a torpedo, depending on what's available in the area.
Right. I would agree with that one, broadly speaking. And to me, Sea Slug, if it's engaged, if it's hitting it, it means they've got they're out of other options. But also, if she's getting hit by Sea Slug, she's going to be in trouble because those are some big missiles. Nice agree for one. Who else would be interested in the short Hellcat and anti-FAC missile, anti-fast attack craft missile?
I have no idea what that is, so I have no
Fast
opinion.
attack craft missile. Short Hellcat anti-fast attack craft missile. Basically nations who think they're going to be fighting in literal waters and have to deal with fast attack craft. That's who's going to be interested in that. And then we also from Knights of Green have a question for well, technically it's written as Fillet of Oceans, but I presume it's Fleets, just misspelled.
That's from Steve, not Knight.
That's from Steve, okay. Your synopsis on Azure Lane versus Cthulhu. As a 10,000 word essay on what happens, or whatever you can say in about 5 minutes.
Azure Lane versus Cthulhu?
Yeah.
I won't even need for 10,000 words or 5 minutes. Quite simply put, the great old ones, I mean, Azure Lane, from what I've read and from what I've seen and my limited knowledge, has some wild things in it. But there's Azure Lane's level of crazy, and then there's one of the old ones, which Cthulhu is. It's an entirely different level of good gravy that's powerful. Whatever it doesn't drive mad on sheer sight of it, it will rend asunder with the sheer power it possesses. And because ship girls have a mind, that mind can be broken. And Cthulhu can do that simply by being awake and nearby. Never mind actually locking eyes with him or seeing him. Him being awake for a limited period during the book led to a worldwide spike in madness and insanity. Now imagine him being fully awake and cognizant and at the height of his power. That's basically game over for Azur Lane. And that world. That world is his now. And he's driven everyone either mad or into worshipping him or some combination of the two.
Mm-hmm.
Lovecraft's deities are on an entirely different level compared to other mythos entities. You put them against other mythos, and it never ends well.
I grade your synopsis maybe D+.
That sounds about fair, but you carry on.
Because you're missing an unfortunately large amount of information from the AL side here. Now,
Mhm.
normally I would agree with you because Cthulhu and H.P. Lovecraft is utterly nuts. I agree with you here. But the fact that Cthulhu is technically a thing in AL and has been beaten by 3 Boolans, as well as you've then got the whole Tempesta factor where Cthulhu's kind of their patron saint who supports them. Then you've got other literal multiversal destroyers after them. On average, I would not normally agree Cthulhu, it would be a very bad situation. But due to the sheer insanity of AL, it's one of the few things that might have a chance. But as I said, overall, not the worst I've seen. It's just unfortunately slightly lacking from an AL perspective.
Oh, great. Sorry, that's not a response to you. Oh, someone's just made their semi-annual comment about drone swarms wiping out aircraft, and it's a case of, oh, frigate. Someday, maybe, not any time in the next decade, probably. And it's also a case of they're going to wipe them out in dogfights, and you're going, we don't dogfight anymore. We engage with missiles from dozens of miles away at speeds of God knows how fast. No one dogfights anymore, darling. Please stop that one. Right, so whilst I mildly cry over that, because I received like 6 messages from various shipshape colleagues sending this to me going, have you seen this yet? Have you been asked about it? Going, no, I'm just going to say no. If anyone puts the quote in the chat, in the questions, just tell them to see earlier reaction and general previous videos of me slamming my head into the wall. Nice, Aaron. Why is it not accurate to say the Joffre class was a dead end design wise? Because they weren't a dead end design wise. They were the next generation of French design. They might, who knows what could have come from, though. Who knows what could have been evolved from there. Quite a good base design, so they're quite a good thing to evolve itself, and they're quite a decent sized carrier. Again, they've included some things which I wouldn't have, but the French didn't produce a bad design in terms of the Joffre class. They really didn't.
The only problem was the landing arrangements.
Oh, that's one question, so that's commentable. Let's tick them all. Right, so Black Horse. Question: can you expand how often the Navy would say to politicians they have a plan, but also telling their staff to write it like the plan for Italy in 1938? Britain, the Royal Navy had a plan for Italy, which they'd first written in 1925. And they'd been updating that plan ever since. I think when you talk about 1938, you're talking about the latest editions of the last editions prior to World War II breaking out, where they did the full infrastructure readiness integration into the planning process. So one of the troubles you often get with some of the history books that come out is they look up and they go, "This plan was written in 1938, so that means they didn't bother to do anything beforehand." And you go, "No, they did." They go, "I've searched the same name. It only comes up in 1938." You go, "Yes, that's because the naming of the process keeps changing." What do you mean they have different names for it? They literally just keep changing the names. Honestly, I have found plans for dealing with Italy written under the Mediterranean Fleet, written under the Centre, written under the Admiralty codes, because of where they've survived. I found them listed as operational documents for Nation I. I found them written as Italy appraisal documents. I found all sorts of different things relating to the plans and the planning process being an ongoing thing. So, yeah, one of the things is they often do have plans. The thing is, sometimes not even the admirals know the plans, and that might seem weird, but one of the things you find is that the First Sea Lord might not know the plans for the Mediterranean Fleet in terms of their combat plans for war, because they don't necessarily need to know them. What they need to know is what resources the Mediterranean Fleet needs in certain crises. The Mediterranean Fleet will have the up-to-date, minute-up-to-minute planning for any operations. And they will appraise the Admiralty on a semi-regular occasion what their planning is, and the Admiralty will appraise them on their intelligence estimates of those nations, because they're planning at different levels. One is on one is a geostrategic level. That's the Admiralty's responsibility. The Mediterranean Fleet's plan is to deal with the threat to the Mediterranean. And this is another issue which causes fun with people when they're looking for the planning documents, because how do I put this? The National Archives contains roughly 6 to 7% of all the records and documents ever created by the United Kingdom government. Roughly 6 to 7%, and that's still millions upon millions of documents. But that means a lot of documents have not made it through. And again, one of the first things you learn as an archival historian or historian going in archives is that just because there isn't a document there doesn't mean there weren't documents done. And then usually you have to go look at the next level of trying to track down documents. You have to go and hunt things like... Well, in my case, what I tend to end up hunting is I tend to end up looking for officers in those roles, and I tend to look up their personal documents and where they're stored. And that's where I sort of try and track down, and where they're making notes and what they're trying to fill in. But it's fun, and again, one of the things. This is one of the problems with history as a whole, as a discipline, is whilst I do believe, and I've said before, I'm quite happy for there to be passionate historians. I think that's a good thing, and there are lots of people who are various types of different historians. But one of the things I do notice is that for any historian, doesn't matter their background, doesn't matter what type of historian they are, there is a tendency that if it is not their area of specialty, it is just context to what they're talking about, that they will literally go with what they find and just presume it's only that, and presume that's the only relevant document on that. And the amount of times I will find documents, books which are excellent books about a certain operation, but any discussion they have of pre-war planning or this, that, will basically write it off as there was nothing. And I sit there and go, I know that's not the case. I know that's not the scenario. I can literally point to documents. But the thing is, it's not the focus of their work, it's not what they're really interested in, so they only have a word limit. And they're not there to talk about that all, so in some ways it's easier to write it off. Was that me being mean or me being honest? I'm not sure. I was trying to be honest with them and to just say it's not necessarily something I hold against them, it's what happens, but what do we think? Was I being mean?
You're being fair.
Oh yeah, in the nicest way. When you realise that the National Archives accommodates about 5%, 5-6% of documents, and still we're talking billions of documents, you realise just how big the UK government and bureaucracy is, and how long it's been going for. Colin Cameron, when did pulling capital ships on the beach to work on them stop being practical? Pretty much the moment they started having iron hulls. But let's be honest, once they started getting a bit big, they started being dry dock preferable for a long time ago. Henry VII is not the type of guy to spend money if he doesn't have to, and he builds the first big dry dock at Portsmouth. So basically, it depends on their size, and it also depends on their build, when it stopped being really practical. Basically, once they got big enough that they would just literally sink into the sand. YouTube Minecraft Watcher. It's 1935. You and your fellow panel members find yourself in command of HMS Hood and have to survive until 1946. How and why you get to keep her after. I'm going to start off with Foxo, then Dragon, then Runon, then Fleet. And then maybe I'll add in anything if I think it needs to be added in the end. So, yeah, start off with Foxo.
So this is going to be a bit controversial.
Yeah.
But 1940, I'm going to do my little bit of sabotage.
Oh.
Just, something catching fire that probably shouldn't catch fire. Or, oh no, something went bang in the engine room. Something that will not make her seaworthy for a chunk of the war.
So they have to go and refit her instead.
Yeah, so it's a case of she's not going to go out hunting Bismarck because she's got a whole bunch of fire damage in her engine rooms.
Okay.
If it's me,
And now it's Dragon's turn. It's Dragon, then
Alright.
Runon, then you, Fleet. Dragon? Is Dragon hiding?
He's a bit
was a
busy,
long-
so...
Okay,
That was a
we'll
long
we'll skip to Runon.
Nope, sorry. It's more
no, Drax.
due to my mic. It's due to how my mic works. With a loud clicking noise whenever apparently I turn it on and off. I just keep it muted on Discord in general at the moment. Makes it easier. While I agree Fox's strategy is probably the most logically sound, it's also the most boring. And I feel the machine spirit of Hood would not forgive me. So no, I would probably try and take her even to Denmark, except on the other hand, change the positions up a bit and also demand that the cruisers engage as well. Because look, we've got a numerical advantage here. Why not use it? It makes no sense for us to not.
It completely goes against RN logic. Yeah. Runon?
Help.
Oh.
I honestly think only pushing you've got to push that ship into dry dock. A dry dock, any dry dock, anywhere, somewhere. Push that into dry dock yesterday. Yeah, it's boring, but it's effective, and there's still no guarantee if you get the cruisers involved that Bismarck doesn't get her golden BB. The other thing to do is just change anything about that engagement. The problem is if Hood survives the engagement with Bismarck, all bets are off for the next 6 years. If she gets a refit and that gets completed in time, she might even go get packaged up with Force Z, or she might be stuck in the med with Force H. That's to have such a significant asset from both a PR perspective and just a warfighting perspective, like Hood get allowed to persist in the universe it's going to cause interesting things.
My turn?
Yes.
Right. It's really simple. It's really simple and easy way to save Hood, and I don't have to resort to sabotage. I don't have to disobey any orders. I don't have to find a dry dock and pay exorbitant amounts of money out of my own credit to put her away. No, it's really simple. I just have to absolutely annihilate her engines going after Strasbourg.
So sabotage.
No, not
Sabotage.
sabotage. No, 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 no.
Sabotage.
No, no, no. It's not sabotage because I'm trying to fulfill my orders, doing what the Royal Navy does best. It's not deliberately setting something on fire that shouldn't be on fire. It's during the course of trying to fulfill my orders and prevent the escape of a valuable asset to the Axis, I have stripped 4 turbines. Unfortunately, by overrunning them beyond their safe limits. Oh, and one of the boilers is conked out. At this point, might I recommend,
That's
sirs,
sabotage.
that we... No, not
If you're-
sabotage.
Deliberately overrunning a ship, that is sabotage.
No, because it's done a lot of times by the RN during the war.
If
A lot of ships
fleet-
go past their acceptable
Yes,
limits.
But yeah,
Knight,
but Fleet,
but
when
I'm
a
not,
ship
Knight, I'm
strips
not
a-
taking command of the ship in 1935.
'cause you see Fleet though.
I lied. Sorry,
When a
Knight.
ship strips one turbine, it falls out of line. You don't continue when you've got that stripping turbines.
How do you manage to strip all 4 turbines? Like, yeah,
At
that's
that point, that's
suspicious.
negligent.
Yeah.
I could just argue that my orders were clear. They wanted that ship destroyed.
But
Yeah,
also not to destroy your own ship in doing so.
I didn't
Fleet,
destroy my own ship. I just had power plants mildly knackered.
Fleet,
You did.
let's just put it this way. I don't want to be the jag assigned to your defense at the inevitable court-martial when you strip out all 4 turbines in a major capital asset.
Did I save the ship from death? And therefore give her a chance to be rebuilt? If
No.
answer
Are
is
you
yes.
going to be
No.
able to prove that the ship
In
would
fact-
have been destroyed if you didn't?
Wait a moment. If you strip that many turbines, how are you getting her back somewhere safely?
At that point, she's dead in the water in the middle of the
Yeah.
Mediterranean.
Like
It would
there's
be an
there's
interesting scenario.
There's no. Essentially, you have to decide. Okay, does my career survive or does the ship survive? Because if you get a reputation for blowing out all 4 turbines in a capital asset, you're not getting another ship. Like, I'm sorry, you're not getting another ship.
You're getting sent to the infantry.
The important thing was the ship and the ship and has to survive until 1946. And apparently I get to keep her after, so as long as she survives till 1946, victory!
Basically, I'll just point out, the issue I've got with Dragon's idea is, forgive me if I'm wrong, but even if Bismarck doesn't land the Golden BB, Bismarck can still absolutely deck Hood.
Yes, but Hood can also completely cripple Bismarck.
But Biscuit, some degree protected, Hood isn't.
But also, if you're bringing in those additional cruisers, Bismarck has more things to worry about.
A lot more things to worry about.
Like, if it's now 4v2? Yeah.
And let's face it, any even moderate change to the conditions of that engagement are going to mess with the ability of Bismarck to land that Golden BB. You're dealing with such a 1 in a million shot that hits everything right that, heck, even changing the sea state could possibly stop the Golden BB.
Also,
Yeah,
even if
but
Hood gets damaged at the engagement, as long as she can get home.
Yeah.
my whole point is that Bismarck doesn't really need the Golden BB.
She does. For the sort of reaction where Hood's annihilated, she does.
Yeah, she needs a Golden BB to send Hood to the bottom. She doesn't need a Golden
single
BB
shot.
to make Hood extremely
in that-
expensive to repair.
In that duration, though, where Hood has been damaged but is still capable, you can choose to, leave the combat theater. Like,
Fair.
And as far as the Royal Navy's concerned, whether it's death by a single killing blow or death by 1,000 cuts doesn't matter. Dead is dead.
Hmm. Right then.
Now for the
So
expert.
this is going to sound strange, but in roughly 1935-36, there is a vessel called HMS Royal Oak, which goes in for major refit. Technically, it's end of 1934 it starts, but honestly, there are various other things which get in the way. There's also a few other vessels which go in for refit at this time period, and there's a full debate going on about testing the new 14-inch guns and evolving that were being proposed at this point for the next King George V battleships, and all sorts of ideas which were coming through. And also the potential 15-inch guns, the 15-inch 45s. Now, if I'm commander of Captain of HMS Hood in 1935, I think I go to Admiral Henderson, especially as it doesn't say I don't have my foreknowledge. And specifically, if I know what's coming, I've got to keep it alive to 1946, I do have my foreknowledge. I think I go to Henderson and I trade my foreknowledge for Hood getting a refit and upgrade. And getting her upgrade to 4.5-inch gun secondaries, getting her power plant upgrade and turbine upgrade, and some armor reconfiguration upgrade, but also getting her 15-inch guns upgraded. Because if I can get a 15-inch gun program as part of the upgrades, remember officially the 10-year rule ends in 1932. I know in practice it's not actually ended till 1937, but officially it's ended in 1932. If I can use some of my foreknowledge to get, and I've got quite a lot of it of this period, to get some more money out of the governments to invest in the 15-inch guns and upgrade not just Hood, but the Queen Elizabeths and Renown and any other ship they can put through refit to have the 15-inch 45 which they were developing. That also means an option when we have the issues of the King George V's and we have the breakdown of the treaty system, you could probably upgrade the King George V's to 9 15-inch 45s. In which case, that works out quite nicely for me and quite nicely for the rest of for the world. There's also the scenario that, how do I put this politely? I stress the coming realities of the future conflict. And possibly have a long conversation with Churchill about pausing carrier and capital ship construction. And what that might do to his health prospects. And also, probably I'd get to go drinking with my grandpa, which would be quite cool. Anyway.
Raptor Rat, mind your spaces.
Now,
You
YouTube
accidentally created a link.
Oh, good lord. YouTube Minecraft Watcher, and you're sending this to Jason Clarke. If it's going through, I apologise to poor Jason. It's supposed to be going to Steve Clarke.
Yeah.
There again, is Jason Steve's alternate ego? Is Steve really Jason? And he's been telling us all the time. Is Steve actually Jason Clarke and actually Jason Bourne? This is an option.
That's Jason Bourne.
Remember, Steve is friends with Leslie.
Or is Steve Jack Black?
These are options. These are things we have to consider. It's 1935. It's 1914. You and your panel members, find yourself in command of HMS Warspite, and now have to survive until 1946. How and why? You get to keep her after. Well, she does survive, so we don't really change much. However, When they're talking about 15-inch 50s at the end of World War II, guess what World War One? Guess what I'm gonna do?
I mean, politely, the first.
I'm gonna get Warspite
Yeah.
upgraded to 15-inch 50s before the treaty comes in, and then that's just gonna be cruelty.
I mean, there's also the fact that she. If I know it's a weird question, but you pick the one ship that nothing has to be done to have her survive. Just do what her crew historically did.
Yeah, but
I suppose the interesting alteration to the question would be, we have to survive Warspite in World War One.
yes.
Doesn't she lose a significant part of her crew repeatedly?
No.
Or is that just-
They do okay. She does. If you're on the extremities, you're in trouble. But if you're an officer on the bridge, they seem to always get through okay, and the engine and crew.
Or if you're in one of the forward turrets, you're all right.
Yeah.
Because it's because
remember that.
you basically need to avoid the rear turrets because the rear turrets tend to get battered and a Fritz X through them.
Yeah.
But the forward turrets, you're all right. The forward turrets, you're all right.
I was more just thinking at the absolute beating and the crew losses she took at Jutland.
Exactly, that's why I said
These
forward
things
turrets, you're fine.
vessels.
Forward turrets,
The,
bridge
the
structure,
light
you're
has
fine.
come back into my eyes. I have more iron brew now, and I'm getting even more tomorrow.
Oh, you're joining me, permanently short of iron brew. Permanently short of iron brew.
I was down to my last can. It was getting dicey there. I didn't
Yeah.
know what to do.
Rui, I can't believe that.
Okay, here's an interesting question. Castana, was the British 15-inch 50 better than the USN 16-inch 45? Well, they never put it into service, but from the testing which seems to be done, information that seems to be available on the 15-inch 50, I think it is safe to say it would have been better than the 16-inch 45. 16-inch 50, well, it's firing green boys, so probably better than the original 16-inch 50 because of the shell quality. But when the Americans bring in the super heavy shells, the 16-inch 50 probably gets better than the 15-inch 50. And literally, it's down to shell quality. Okay? Well, on the first time, because the gun's good, it's the shells it's firing which are the issue.
And I do need to ask Dr. Clarke this question. Why do you want to make Warspite more lethal?
Why wouldn't I?
Yeah, why wouldn't you?
A nice way. The other thing I'd be doing is I'd go to the British high pressure team, which are building the next generation high pressure boilers, and I'd tell them to up the pressure. Maybe not to the ultra high pressure the US and the Germans go to, but to a slightly higher pressure, so I can make sure I can get Warspite to 28 or something knots. Because a 28 knot Warspite armed with 8 15-inch 50s is just going to be
Murder. To the Mediterranean, she's killed the entire Russian marina.
Oh, that would just be beautiful. That would be beautiful. And the other thing I'd do if I'm on her at that time is I would ensure that the hood was built with 12 15-inch 50s. Make her triple turret.
Okay,
She's going to
so-
have to be even bigger, but, that'd be just fun, because if she's armed with 12 15-inch 50s, and actually would make it, I would argue so voice through the admirals actually be fast battleships.
Okay, so the question I have is, have we now created a scenario where it's kind of like in the first Avengers movie where Loki first meets the Hulk and essentially says, I am a god, except in this case it's I am the entire Italian Navy, and then it's just Warspite grabbing the Italian Navy by the ankles and using them to redesign and retopography the floor?
In the nicest way, you're also talking to the fact that I am one of the few people who would have knowledge about the 4.5-inch versus 5-inch versus 4.7-inch gun debate beforehand. And so the British might have a 5-inch based on the ideas of the 4.5-inch dual-purpose gun to put on her by the time by the time World War II happens. Okay?
So at that point, you're just pushing the I win button against the Italians.
Look, what can I say?
Pretty much.
Yes.
The next thing you'll start to do is you'll start to put tracks on her so that she can be fully amphibious.
That's not
Oh,
gonna work.
I don't need to do that.
You tell Warspite that.
No. I'm also going to be working on the carrier development plan, and by God, in a nicer way, I will be sitting in the meeting where they decide to make the Fleet Air Arm part of the RAF in 1918 in its entirety, and I will literally be standing over someone with a bloody dagger going, not the carriers.
And also,
So,
I mean, and
essentially-
literally, it gets funnier because like we all laugh, but come on, we all know what's going to happen. Like we're going to get to 1936, and then we're like, so who's the first Sea Lord? Oh, it's that guy who was captain of Warspite in World War One. Oh, what's his name? Oh, Alex Clarke. Oh yeah, he rose to the ranks incredibly quickly, didn't he? How did he get there just in time for this rise in tensions?
Yeah, well, also too, I have a gut feeling that there might be a scenario where somebody says, I heard you're that chap that wants to set up the own independent Royal Air Force and give them the fleet aviation assets. Why don't we go out for drinks? And then, there's something extra in one of those drinks, and that man does not come back from drinks.
I mean, honestly, if you sit him down over drinks, you can probably honestly, if you sit him down over drinks, you can probably convince him of the reason why, like, creating a Royal Air Force is a good idea, but having it own all the aircraft is not.
Okay, you're all wasting a lot of energy. Why do I need to put something in the drinks, etc.? Nice way, with the fogs and the smogs you get in London, just push him into the Thames in the middle of the one night.
Yeah.
Why do I need to be inventive? Why do I need to be inventive? Just off him.
Listen, I am not that familiar with the topography and weather patterns and visibility conditions of Depression, the island nation.
The issue with the Thames and Londonites is it's a disgusting place that's full of all this horrible toxic stuff and the Thames, but the locals have an immunity. Like, they're vaccinated.
Yeah, but they don't tend to swim in it.
I don't know. Have you ever been? You've been to London, right?
I lived in Epsom. I lived closer to London than anyone else here for a long time.
I'm not aware they actually used to swim in it back then, but
Yeah, and every time they got very ill. Yes, it would be. There would be interesting things, and as for what would happen to BT, well, actually, in the nicest way, if I could actually work through him, I wouldn't need to push anyone through push anyone actually into the river, because he's politically powerful and influential enough that if I could get him and Jellicoe to agree that the carrier part, the aviation part aboard ships, because of the command structures aboard ships, should always be entirely part of the Royal Navy, then honestly, I wouldn't need to push people.
No, it's like it's always better to try the softly work with approach first, and only turn to the remove approach if you can't get the first one to work.
However, Trenchard will probably have an accident. Right, so Steve,
He gets Downing, and he get his main backers for Downing, and Downing's really important.
I can find other backers for Downing. Lackhorse, would Tirpitz have been... okay, so this is from Nice. If the short Hellcat fast attack craft missile was adopted by the Royal Navy, would that give the RN destroyers and frigates the capability they lacked? Not really, because they have the 4.5-inch gun.
It basically gives them more options to engage different targets. That's what you're doing.
Yeah,
but you're giving them a cheaper guided option for fast attack craft than
yes,
using a big missile. But it's still not as cheap as saying 4-5, that thing, kill it.
Yeah, that's the main
It's all
trouble.
guided though.
Would Tirpitz have been more useful if she'd not been she was not kept in Norwegian fjords? No, that's about the maximum value you can get out of her without actually having to use her. Because by position there, she's a threat to a lot of convoys, the North Atlantic convoys and the Arctic convoys.
And she's also fairly safe.
Yeah, fjords are fairly difficult to attack into.
Yeah, and until long-range aviation and the British feel confident sending carriers up there, as in actually close in, she's about as safe as it's possible for a German capital ship to be.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, had had Bismarck survived her trip, it's likely that she wouldn't have stayed in Brest. It's quite likely the Germans would have gone, right, we'll go back out and we'll loop round and try and come back to Norway. Because concentrating the 215-inch ships in Norway makes them a credible threat, an even more credible threat to the Arctic convoys, and that gives you 2 surface groups as the Kriegsmarine. You've got an Atlantic group in Brest, which is the Scharnhorst, and then you've got a Norway and Arctic convoys group, which is Bismarck and Tirpitz. And that suddenly becomes a massive out of context problem for the Royal Navy.
You have to change a lot of history for that to happen.
I know. I'm just talking the ideal rather than the What
happened was basically Hitler wanted action. To answer Stalin profiling Battleship and Barbecue, Beatty and Jellicoe do actually agree. They actually get along quite well on several professional levels, and Beatty actually ends up killing himself because he insists on being one of the pallbearers at Jellicoe's funeral. And he was not well beforehand. He got a little bit better, insisted on being the pallbearer, and managed to kill himself off doing that. So you have to remember that whilst they are whilst Beatty is not great at his job, in terms of their personal relationship, they're not ever that bad, and you can get them to work together, and they often do for the success of for the benefit of the Royal Navy.
There's also There's also the 2 men joining arms and linking together to save the Royal Navy from 2 bigger cuts during the Washington period.
Yes.
The Jellicoe and Beatty literally link arms and say, "You dare cut anything more than the treaty says, and I swear to God."
And we will cause you endless trouble.
Mm-hmm.
We will cause you endless trouble. So, I know, it just seemed funny. I know, because there's this... One of the troubles you have with a lot of the history remembering Beatty is that the closest really you have to him model from World War II is a guy called MacArthur, who does seem to spend half his time trying to plot the downfall of his fellow generals and other commanders who might be a risk to him. And so Beatty's often cast in the same light, whereas Beatty really wasn't in the same model. I know it was just said in chat, but I like to respond to these things because there's always the chance. There are some people who literally do go out there. They go, Beatty's the World War I MacArthur, so therefore Beatty must have done the same as MacArthur, and he isn't. He's just, as I've said regularly, he's not a bad guy. He's just a very good ship's captain who should never have been an admiral because it just didn't fit him. Because he couldn't really conceive beyond, when he was on a ship, of anything beyond beyond the ship he was on. He was actually quite good because of his political skill as First Sea Lord, other than conceding the whole carrier thing and the Fleet Air Arm thing. But that's what I would correct. Would US investment in its infrastructure averted lack of production capacity that plagued Vought F4U Corsair? It depends. The trouble is, you're not just talking about infrastructure, you're talking about industrial capacity, and basically what that means is they would have had to build more aircraft to work up those machines.
It's not so much a lack of infrastructure, it's basically just the way in which aviation developed, which is what Clarke said, but I just feel like saying it again.
Okay, Stan, Barbecue, don't worry.
And that wasn't me that said that. Because I've been muted for the last 5 to 10 minutes. Good news, the brew fridge is restocked.
That's why Runon was muted for the last 5 minutes, because Runon was enjoying herself going through the bit of the fridge.
And I feel like miracle, Amazon didn't drop the case of Iron Brew, which means I don't have any bulged cans. This is great.
And the planet is saved. If we weren't streaming right now, I'd be setting off the fireworks with the soundboard.
Okay. Well, go ahead. Anyway, to my point, the U.S. does not have a lot of bauxite in the U.S. It has a lot of it in the U.S. zone of influence, but not in the United States' direct control. We imported a lot of bauxite out of South America. So, while a more robust pre-war and early war U.S. aeronautical infrastructure would probably involve beefing up the bauxite production lines, the the end of the day is you're still dealing with foreign entities that are mining the raw material that is then shipped to the U.S. to be turned from one stage or another into aircraft aluminum and parts. Tonight, 6831's persistent question about Runon rants. So far, I don't have one that is rantable, that isn't U.S. domestic politics. So Runon rants are going to be on an indefinite hiatus until I actually start my new job.
Or until
Yeah,
or
but
until in
Jamaica's-
nicest way, you need to fill some space up in the ramblings, because Fleet needs to disappear off and get his lovely. Oh, what do you have? You have your blanket on you, not blanket, duvet on you when it gets really cold. And
Well,
there is supposed to be a cold snap
unfortunately-
coming soon, I think.
Unfortunately for my presence on Ramblings, going to a 410 starting at 7 o'clock and possibly a 510 starting at 7 o'clock is just going to absolutely obliterate my ability to even pay attention to Ramblings, let alone be present on it.
Oh,
This is sad.
That is
I'll be
sad.
getting, notionally, I'll be getting off at 5 o'clock every day. Now, on the this is one thing I could notionally rant about, because I'm kind of annoyed that whoever put the call into the union hall phrased it this way. I answered a call for 410s. Apparently, once we get the green light to start working, we will go to 510s. Okay, great. That's 10 hours of overtime a week. All right, whatever. But I took the 410s call because I wanted those 3 days off.
Nice.
It is what it is. I'll get over it. But
it does help you build up money for moving to the UK more quickly.
yes, but unfortunately, I can't just move to the UK. I have to have a reason for your foreign office to let me in, or the home office, or whatever you people call it.
You leave that with us.
Yeah. We're working on that. Why would the Western Wasp? This is from Night Cigarette. Why would the Western Wasp to use the short Hellcat anti-fac missile need an antenna and a roof-mounted tracking sight?
I mean, the Wasp.
I'm fairly
probably
sure it
didn't-
wasn't roof-mounted on the Wasp.
But I would also say
I thought it was.
why-
I thought it was underneath. It was not roof-mounted. It was mounted underneath. I seem to remember.
Also, can't Wasp use Sea Skewer? Why would it need to carry this new missile? Can't Sea Skewer do basically the same job?
It was longer range, I seem to remember, and slightly faster.
Fair enough.
Probably because they don't. The sensors it has doesn't provide the data necessary. Eddie Rudolph, has there been a naval equivalent of Japan doing Type 74 main battle tanks to Philippines that doesn't involve the USN post World War II? Japan donating Type 74 main battle tanks to the Philippines.
This is apparently a very, very recent thing.
Honestly, there have been lots of people donating equipment around the world. That doesn't involve the USN. Anyway,
I'm going to point my finger to the east, to that conflict over there.
Well, there is, even before Ukraine, there's the fact that, the British and the French are always donating stuff to their former, well, the British would go Commonwealth donations, the French call it former colonies. There's always equipment going around from the larger nations down to the small ones. Sometimes the scale of it can be interesting. Sometimes it's a part donation, if that makes sense. So it'd be a case of we donate the vehicles, you'll pay for them to be upgraded, sort of thing. So there's lots of different options going on there. But yeah, there is an idea put forward by recently. I've seen it on a lot of American television programs, their mainstream media, to use that phraseology, that America has been the sole country going and doing donations of military equipment around the world. They have been in many ways the largest donor, but there again, that's because they often run the largest surplus. So
And
they've been
also,
most able to do it.
We supply quite so many of our allies, so when our allies donate equipment, they can oftentimes be donating American equipment.
Yeah.
And that kind of skews the perception a little bit one way or the other.
Sam Thompson, what would a Commonwealth carrier look like if the Royal Navy, Royal Australian Navy, and
Cruiser.
Royal Canadian had a joint building program post the Falklands War to lock down the GI gap?
Wouldn't it be a large destroyer?
What would a
Basically, they'd
Commonwealth
go
cruiser look
type-
like? It would be
Yeah,
a
Type 43, basically.
it would be a Type 82 modified.
Yeah.
It would be a Type 83. It would be a Type 82 upgraded, probably to have a helicopter scenario.
Do you reckon they'd stick with the center helicopter deck arrangement they were thinking of for 83, or would they rework?
No, they were thinking about that for the 43, weren't they? For the 80, for an 83, I think they would. I think they would go with an Astern one, because they'd be looking at Tiger class level of about 3 helicopters for a cruiser.
Yeah. Although whether or not it's actually called a cruiser would remain to be seen.
If it's, as he specifically said, cruiser, let's presume it would be called a cruiser.
Yeah.
The British might claim it's a destroyer, but the Australians and the Canadians might well call it a cruiser. To differentiate it from their other programs.
Yeah.
Can I take first stab at Stafford's question?
Yeah. How would the Home Guard
Stafford
utilize?
Thompson.
How would the Home Guard have utilized narrowboats in the event of an Axis landing, repelling them and evacuation of civilians?
Well,
remember.
the evacuations of civilians, they would have been carrying them as far up the country as they could. As far as repelling them, war crimes. The answer is war crimes.
No,
The
they're
answer is
not.
war crimes and improvised weapons and munitions, and war crimes.
They're not war crimes the first time, okay?
Yeah.
And I
mean,
think
will
it's
just
technically,
say-
I think technically you are allowed to use, considering the laws of naval conflict, include that vessels can be dressed up to look like merchant ships as long as they fly the Union Jack when they open fire, the national flag when they open fire, so they don't fight under false colours. That's perfectly legal, so that's not a war crime.
I
Listen,
would just like to say,
I would say that the Home Guards, in event of German invasion, definition of a fair fight is one where they got to fight again. That was the only definition they were concerned about.
No, actually, it's not even that. Their only definition of a fair fight is one where their grandkids and their wives and daughters-in-law who are getting their grandkids away from there because their sons are off fighting in the armed forces somewhere can get away safely. That's their sole criteria is their grandkids getting away to safety. That is their success scenario. These are not people. These are World War I veterans fighting in their home territory, who their success criteria is not even them getting out alive. It's you not getting through so that their grandkids can get away safely. That's a very different scenario. That's you are going to lose a lot of people fighting through them.
Yeah. What I would just like to say is, while I appreciate what the question's trying to say, I unfortunately have to say you've run into a minor problem in the fact that in the period under discussion, the commercial use of the narrowboat is still widespread.
Yes.
And in the event of full-scale war, good luck tearing them away from the people using them to move goods around.
Fleet, do you really want to be in between a narrowboat and an individual of the Home Guard who thinks that narrowboat is their best chance at preventing a German invasion?
Considering that narrowboat's probably carrying something important like coal or fuel or iron ore or
let's put it this way.
war
Then
effort
the
desperately
phrase I could see it being used for, there was evacuation of civilians, and I could see them being used for evacuation of civilians. I could also see anyone which is mildly damaged being used, and seeing as there were a fair number of Home Guardsmen who were also narrowboaters and had narrowboats, I wouldn't be surprised if some of them were also adapted for. I think there was one which was adapted for patrolling in the fens, but I think it's like sort of 1 or 2 are adapted in various positions. I seem to remember something adapted for patrolling in the fens by the Home Guard, which was suspiciously heavily armed. Suspiciously heavily armed.
I wouldn't want to take a narrowboat out onto the ocean, even in nearly a flat calm.
No, but in the nicest way. If you were approaching a canal and you see a narrowboat sitting there, and you think, "Oh, Okay, we're just about to cross the bridge. There's a narrowboat there. That's perfectly normal. There's a narrowboat there. Or you are approaching a bridge over a canal, and there happens to be a little tunnel far way up, and you don't see if there's anything in the tunnel, and then suddenly from the tunnel there's a big boom, as someone's mounted a big gun on a narrowboat and stuck it in the tunnel, watching the bridge. Yeah, there are options.
Oh, completely. Oh, dear. Bloody. Sorry, pardon my French. Ugh, cold.
Okay, so that's
Why
answered
won't
that
it leave
question.
me alone?
Bud Guy 8829, member for 6 months. Thank you, Bud Guy, and thank you for everyone's support, by the way, especially towards getting the stuff to replace the broken computer and all the things that are coming from Kofi and other things through that. It's been really kind of you. It's
And
really
for
helpful, and yeah.
And for the number of people who have followed
Yes,
over the last couple of days, thank you for that. I appreciate it.
it's very nice to work on all our subscriber accounts, subscriber accounts, because I now have 15,000, but of course this year's target is 20,000.
And see, here's the fun bit.
Yep.
If I can get monetization on Twitch, which means I get to have Twitch, not bits, channel points, that means I can then monkey around with things that you can do with channel points, which then can be transplanted to Dr. Clarke's channel.
To be fair, Garius keeps promising to do this for me, and while we're in Japan, I am going to actually make him do it. Because we could have a 21-hour train journey, in which case I will literally stick him in front of a laptop, whichever laptop I have by the time I'm in Japan, and I will probably need to have got a new one by the time I'm in Japan. Because this poor laptop's dying. We'll basically be going, fix. Make your suggestions. The Home Guard had an armoured train on the Romney Hive and Dipchurch Railway, didn't they? Yes, they did. They had all sorts of fun things.
One of the 482s boilerplated. 2 of the railway's wagons converted into armored cars, each with 2 mountings on 360 swivel, with each had a Lewis gun and a boy's AT.
Yeah.
And it technically shot down a Stuka.
Yeah.
I think the list of equipment for warlike purposes that the Home Guard didn't have would be shorter than the list of what it did have.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Yeah, definitely. There is definitely a distinct advantage that they had a very equal opportunities approach to things.
So they had a Royal Navy, Royal Marines boarding party approach to acquiring apparatus.
Yes.
As well as a senior NCO's ability to make it fit into places that it notionally shouldn't fit.
And you have to remember that some of the guys who are in the Home Guard, who are also in the various mining pits and mines, the UK, had plans for trying to lure the Germans down into the mines to fight with them down in the dark. They had plans.
So
Nasty plans.
I'm noticing an interesting set of behaviors off of StreamerBot.
Yeah.
It will react and send messages in my chat.
Mm-hmm.
But it won't do so proactively. Because I have a couple of things that cycle on a timer.
Yeah.
And those timed actions are not working. Which is very interesting.
Sometimes. StreamBot is sometimes interesting.
To be fair, I think this is a new feature. A newer feature.
To answer Steve's question from Bug Guy 829, was there a Katabar carrier alternative to the Invincibles? It's called CVA-01.
Unfortunately, by the time that CVA-01 is cancelled, the Invincible is basically what you get. The government has basically said no, you don't get Katabar capability once you retire the last of the carriers we have in World War II. And literally, so the Royal Navy folded its arms, went, all right, if that's how you're going to be, then can we have a through-deck cruiser? Of course you can have a through-deck cruiser. It's not a carrier, is it? No, of course not.
No, it's just for helicopter operations for ASW, honestly. Honestly, it's
Honestly, yeah.
ASW only.
Ignore the ski jump.
The ski jump wasn't on the early plans.
No, I know exactly. That's why
Then
ignore
Black
the fact you put one on there.
Black Horse. Did captains of ships usually try to evacuate areas of the ships that they need to flood, like the magazines? If they can, yes, but if they have, they don't always have time to do it. If they could do it, they'd like to do it because they, of course, aren't in the business of trying to actively kill their own crew. But if they have a choice between flooding the magazine and the whole ship going down and all the crew dying, they flood the magazine, and if there's anyone in there, they say a prayer for them.
Yeah, and on something like a magazine, the captain may not even.
It won't
Depending
even,
upon the exact circumstances, the captain may not even make that choice because if the crew see a fire come out in the magazine that they don't think they can put out, I think there's been a couple instances where crewmen they've tried to get as many of the turret crew out, but they've still opened up those seacocks to flood that magazine.
They have an emergency button that floods it, and there are lots of people in there who can press it, and sometimes it'll be the commander of the gun turret in the magazine themselves who'll press it.
Because there comes a point where you have to go. I know my shipmates.
I can't say this.
Either I go out saving the ship, or everyone I know goes out with me.
Yeah.
And I live slightly longer. And at that point, the choice is obvious, even to someone who might be very afraid at that moment.
You have it's a choice of death or death, so you might as well try and save other people.
Yeah.
Right then, next question. Could the Great Eastern be retrofitted with a nuclear reactor? Nope.
No.
You'd have to, basically, you'll be doing a great rebuild. It won't be the Great Eastern you're fitting with it, it'll be a ship of Theseus. And this is then, the next question is, so this is, after that is for Foxo. Thoughts on a new event?
I assume he would mean
Azur Lane?
Azur Lane. That would be my guesstimate.
People are saying no PTs for the fluffy research assistant because he's supposed to be eating his proper dinner. And they are very correct, but occasionally someone might be being naughty with him. But he is supposed to be eating his dinner.
Are you aware of what the new event is, Foxo?
Yes, it's the Dutch one, isn't it?
Yeah, Kingdom of Tulip patch.
Yeah. All I'm going to say is, I don't like a lot of the skins that are being added, but the Dutch cruise is adorable. And
Well, they are Dutch cruise.
Yeah,
we need more adorable ships.
Can I ask a question? Do they have clogs as an option to wear?
Not that I have seen.
Because then, are they really Dutch if they don't
skin.
have clogs to wear in that period?
I don't think that's even in the skin.
No. Well, then they're completely missing out on a rich vein of Dutch history, because surely wooden clogs for a ship and a ship girl would just be chef's kiss.
Yeah, but as of the actual event itself, yeah, it's just more levels to do. I've not really been big for the actual storyline of the event, but there's cruises finally. Now, if only we could get the Swedish in.
Yeah, but if you get the Swedes, you get the Swedish
could have some very funny ships.
Oh yeah.
All I'm going to say is cruiser with airstrikes.
Already got that.
Yeah.
We've even got destroyers with airstrikes.
Yeah. But I'd hate the Eagle situation with the cruiser. I just want to see Sheffield Gotland.
Scotland would be nice to see.
I'm being attacked by a poodle. Sorry. Oh.
But at least it's not more made-up German ships, which is always good.
Yes. Right. YouTube Minecraft Watcher.
It's not the Germans' fault that they had so many paper designs they never got to build. They tried their best. And then the British crushed all their naval infrastructure with a great aplomb. But, they did try their best.
The British repeatedly.
Half the German fleet Especially the capital ships, it's just completely made up.
They're paper, yes.
Some of them are made up. A lot of them are made up, made up.
No. Good number of the Ironbloods are paper designs. Very,
Yeah,
very few.
A
are
good
made
number of them
wood.
are also made up.
Yeah.
Or they're so they're not paper designs, they're back of the napkin during lunch designs.
Mhm.
We'll discuss this later, just so
Yeah.
we don't keep going in circles. But most of the, literally look at the list, most of them are paper, not made up. There's only one made up.
Oh, that's
Maybe two.
because the Germans have a rich, active, imagination when it comes to their ship designs, rather than actually designing them. YouTube Minecraft watcher, if you were to modernize Warspite, how would you upgrade it? If I'd been in charge of its modernization, I'd have definitely been going for either the 15-inch 50s in the 1920s and 15-inch 45s in the 1930s, and I'd have been pushing for more powerful engines, more powerful boilers, so I can get more out of my turbines. Even if I can't sustain 28 knots for a long time, if I can have a top speed of 28 knots for bursts, that would be useful. But please, what would you all do?
Honestly, reworking the engines is not a bad idea. I think I can probably give her the full 4-5 treatment.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty much a given. Standard elevation superchargers, nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong. Don't really need to change what they did to the superstructure. That's fine. She doesn't really need an armor rework. Apart from obviously being bulged. If I have enough money, I might try and lengthen her a little bit. Make her a finer ship.
That'd be an interesting thing to do.
Not by too much, but I just want to clean up her, if I'm bulging her, I want to clean up her lines a little bit. Kind of give her back the whole form that she would have had originally without the bulges by lengthening her slightly, if you kind of get what I'm saying there, Alex.
Sounds good
I know
to me.
I can't give her...
Yeah, you could actually possibly make it even slightly bigger.
Yeah. Because then, and honestly, I'd rather do that. I'd do the original engine refit that she got historically, so like for like. Sorry, not like for like, sorry. You drop the number of boilers to keep the same power. And then by making her finer, we can probably get a knot or two of speed back. Just because her whole lines will be finer.
Yeah. To be fair, I might beat your play even faster and looser with the treaty definitions and actually keep it at the same number of boilers and see if I can make it longer and finer. If I can make it longer and finer, how much speed can I get out of her?
The problem with that is you're not gonna have the spare tonnage she had for some of the other upgrades. Because one of the ways they bought a lot of that tonnage, if you remember, was the drop in boiler numbers and boiler weight.
Yes, but you could say that by she's lost some of her capacity for shells in the upgrades and all these things, when actually she hasn't. And how do I put this politely? I could classify some of the fuel tanks as actually ballast water tanks, etc., which don't count. But magically in wartime are actually fuel tanks, not water tanks.
Dr. Clarke, are you cooking the books?
Oh, me and Drac have had this discussion several times on how we would cook the books for the Washington Naval Treaty and the London Naval Treaties, and good lord, the ships we would get. Frigate, how much, in the nicest way, the level we're prepared to go to cook the books would frankly make the Japanese and the Italians blush. It would all be, in the strictest definition of the words, legal. Whether it be ethical, moral, or actually within the spirit of the law, no. But it would be legal. Seneca Nero. Did students who enrolled at British school ships, like the torpedo school, similar, sleep on those ships, or just get to school there? Depends on the ship and the period. Certainly, when they first started, sleeping on the ships was the standard. But as time went on and the schools increased in size, they often did end up sleeping ashore. 9681. Why was the Royal Navy facing block obsolescence of its cruiser fleet after World War One? It can't just be the surviving fleet of armored, protected, and scout cruisers are being got rid of. It's not so much block obsolescence as anything before the C class just doesn't fit with the modern Navy and what the scenario they're looking at. Because they've upgraded them so much. One of the things you got is the pace of change and development that's happened in cruiser doctrine and tactics during World War
There's been a
One.
step change. There's been a paradigm shift in what a cruiser is and needs to be effective. You can't be slower than 28 knots anymore. That just doesn't cut it. You can't have a gun smaller than 6 inches. That doesn't cut it. Like, it's a massive... And that basically, at a pen stroke, removes a lot of ships from the Royal Navy's roster.
Okay, this is from YouTube Minecraft Watcher.
5-inch cruiser.
You could, but it wasn't going to be that useful, especially when you consider the destroyers were being out-armed with that sort of gunnage.
As I thought, the Atlantis and the Didos were pretty damn useful, but
yeah, but those are air defense AA cruisers more than general purpose cruisers.
And the Atlantis are basically destroyer leaders cosplaying as cruisers.
Well, yes, but destroyer leader is a form of light cruiser.
Yeah, there is that.
In the American phraseology and terminology. Paul Amos, this is thanks to YouTube Minecraft Watcher. The year is 1778. You and all your fellow panel members find yourself in command of a sloop called Antelope with a letter of marque. What will you do? In 1778...
Well, the first thing I suggest is that we take some easy prizes, and then with that money, I'm going to take our sloop called Antelope, sail her up to Yorkshire. I'm going to go and find Bolton and Watt and say, build me a small high-pressure engine. I don't care you think high-pressure seems dangerous. Build me an engine.
In 1778?
They've just finished building their first engines, yeah.
Yeah, but seriously, is there an engine you can actually fit on her?
Yeah, absolutely. On a sloop? Yeah, absolutely. We might have to land a few of the guns, but yes, we absolutely can fit a steam engine on.
Go for it.
All right.
Because at that point, Dr. Clarke, we can go anywhere, do anything. We can do funny things. We can go and steal things from the French where there's no wind.
Yeah.
We can sail.
I have never been more disappointed in my fellow panel members than I am right now.
Carry on.
I immediately go to Sherbrooke, and I just stay there. Because by the end of my cruise, I'm going to wish I was in Sherbrooke. So I'm just going to stay there and cut out all of that misery in the middle.
No, what's the question?
Why? It's the year is 1778. You and all your fellow panel members find yourself in command of a sloop called Antelope with a letter of marque. What will you do?
It's
Like
a
I said.
song. He's riffing off of a song.
How are we supposed to know that? I don't know every song ever written.
To be fair, the option of shoot myself is not necessarily a bad one.
Oh, the
Hey,
year was 1778. How I wish I was in Sherbrooke now.
Mostly because
So
1778,
disappointed.
doesn't have great stuff, and also my limited knowledge of stuff will be pretty useless here.
We've got
Like-
Dr. Clarke with us. We'll be fine.
Yes,
And,
but
and,
you don't
and
have
we've got
but you don't have much use for someone who knows about modern railways and modern electrical systems in
Are
1778.
you kidding me? Absolutely. I mean, Dragon. We can make. Dragon, are you kidding me? The amount you and I could speed up railway development in the UK alone in this period. We could have main lines in operation by 1800.
If we can get the money to do so, which is going to be difficult, then you need to get all the
we have a sloop and
There's
a letter of marque and Alex Clarke
Yes,
to lead us. We're going to be able to get the money.
And there's a number of things that could go very, very wrong there, which will result in my death.
We have a sloop and Alex
To be
Clarke
fair,
will be fine.
my family actually have since about 1700 have had a phrase which you're supposed to use if you're from the future.
Oh, that would be good.
Yeah, that's it.
Because of course you
Yeah.
do.
Yeah, I'm glad Runon's reaction is about the same as mine.
Because of course you do. Anyway, for those who are curious as to what the heck I'm talking about, I have posted a link to the song in the various chats.
Thank you,
You're
Runon.
a weep, and we know you're a weep. So, I'm sorry, but Macau is calling.
If I'm going anywhere, it's going to be staying in Europe, because at least Europe, I know roughly what's going to happen.
You are going to Shanghai.
I'm gonna slightly jump queue here. Runon, it's a bit of a dog and pony show, but the big cornerstone for me right now is that I need a employer who has the ability to sponsor my immigration.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm waiting on.
Okay.
I meet the last time I checked, I meet most all other requirements, but I need an employer who's willing to sponsor my immigration, and I don't have that now.
And please note that that entire thing came about because I think they were because my family have always been literate and have been reading and collecting books for a long, long time ago. That habit goes back generations. There's reasons I have books from my great 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 grandfather and great 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 grandmother in my collection. It's there's a phrase in the family Bible. We have 3 phrases which are known to, which are taught to family members in case you sort of come into contact after years have passed and you need to prove yourself to be. There's one if you are, the sort of recognition phrases. So you're to be trusted, and for some reason they used what they had one added on in case you are sent, you are come from the future.
Your tactics continue to confuse and frighten me, sir.
We were very effective. What can I say? We were usually being used. We're often being used throughout history as mercenaries. So we have to develop things. What do you see the? This is from Buggated 9. What do you see the USN doing or should do if the Constellation class gets cancelled by Congress? Cry would be their first option.
Yep.
And then the next option is going to be probably their only option for a program to jump into if the US cancelled, Congress cancelled Constellation class and insisted they buy something off the shelf. The next best option for them to get something off the shelf would be a Type 26 program, and that is their only option. Because that's
Constellation already?
That's a big. They have, but that's the Type 26 is the only ongoing program out there at the moment for that kind of frigate. But honestly, the Constellation fits. The Constellation has been redesigned from the basic FREM, fits the US needs quite well. So honestly, they should just build it. And just get on with building it. Anything they do now is just going to delay them getting in service.
So what they'll do is they'll tell them to cancel the Constellation program and buy something that's already a in production design, and then they'll just turn right around and say, "Okay, we're buying the FREM," and then build the FREM-stellation.
That's what they did. That's what they did with the Constellations. The Constellations are the American version of the FREM.
Yes, I know. But what I'm saying is,
the FREM's not in
building
production.
the exact same vessel.
Yes,
they're just calling it.
The FREM's not in service. The FREM's not in production anymore. For people. So the FREM was an off-the-shelf design, but it's not a currently active production line.
No.
Whereas for the Type 26, honestly, if they wanted to, they could. If the Americans were prepared to it, they could buy some off the British. BAE would love to build some for the US Navy.
Heck, they even got the yards for it. Built
Look,
right in America.
Yeah, well, they built the first couple in the UK, and then they, after they've trained them up to experience, they did build the rest. As that would speed up production and entering into service, because they could build them in a hot production line. Luke
Yeah,
Delport.
but that would be smart.
Luke Delport, given how important corvettes were for convoy escort work, why do modern Royal Australian Navy OPVs not have any real anti-ship or anti-aircraft capability? Would it not be wise to refit to give them capability? Luke, you are talking perfect sense in a sensible world, but the trouble is, here is the problem, and I have literally would never have believed this to be the case until I saw it happen. We had a River class next to a Type 23. A River class is an OPV. And there were some politicians walking around them being introduced. It was one of those Navy days where they invite the politicians around to go and look things. And one politician said, "Well, why do you need to build a frigate when you have an OPV? You know, they're both warships." And the other one literally turned round to their counterpart, who was from a different political party, and said, "Of course that comes from you lot. This one's bigger and has more weapons on it, so this is why we need it. And that one's for the policing role, so it has less weapons on it." Now, in a world where that is the level of your political debate, I'm sorry, but you cannot afford to put more weapons on your OPVs, because they will argue over they've got the same weapons fit as a frigate or similar weapons fit. An OPV is cheaper, so we build the OPVs. Literally, that is what will happen.
Yep. I would also point out, however, that the OPV is a recognition of the way in which the threat axis has changed in terms of what you would expect to encounter in a convoy escort role or emergency protection role during a conflict with any asset.
An OPV is basically it's in maritime patrol form, and the thing is, a maritime security sort of scenario. If you were building them with the idea that we might find ourselves at war anytime soon, and a major war where they'd be in a frontline service, we'd probably end up with something like the Nud Rasmussens, where they have Stanflex, and whilst they most of the time spend their time wandering around barely armed, the moment there is a conflict, those Nud Rasmussens find that they have a whole load of Stanflex modules sitting in Greenland that can be quickly loaded onto them.
Yeah. I mean, the thing with the River
That's why they want Greenland.
I mean, the thing with the River class is that
they are perfectly fine for what we need them to do in peacetime.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, exactly. Yeah, and I mean, and as the Thai Navy's examples have proven, you can arm them fairly quickly in terms of upgrading their armament.
To be fair, they have to be built in with a load of stuff which is built into them, and there's a reason why the British ones aren't built in with that as well. Yeah.
But also, to be fair, it's kind of like I mean, the River class build out is 14. Sorry, well, 8 for the Royal Navy. But that's still, like, that's a good number of decently sized OPV. I mean, those OPVs could go basically anywhere in the world. They are ocean-going vessels. You could send them anywhere the Royal Navy needs to do things.
Yeah.
Now, it's not a frigate or anything else, but it has a helipad. You can land a Merlin on it. You can't obviously house the Merlin, but you can operate a Merlin for a short time. You've got a 30mm cannon, which is more than enough for deterring basically any civilian vessel. Even some of the larger ones, because people say, "Oh, it's only a 30mm, it's piddly." I'm saying, yes, it's piddly, but 30mm rounds going through the bridge of an oil tanker or the rudder post of a container ship is going to still immobilize that vessel.
Yes. And do more, probably.
Yes. And politely, it also means that you can have a lot of them, and they're fairly cheap.
Yeah.
To run and also to crew.
Cheap to run, cheap to crew, cheap to organise, cheap to mobilise, all the things you need to save money on. Yeah.
In order to have an OPV that could do convoy escort, you would need to have a vessel that carries a decent sonar suite, which adds cost. You'd need some form of decent gun armament, at least a 3-inch, which adds cost. You'd need at least a dual-purpose missile system, at least single arm, something like the Perry's had, or at the very least the small VLS, which adds more cost. You'd need
that's true as well.
Torpedo launchers. Basically, as you try and scale an OPV,
you would need also So you would need uncrewed surface vessel support and at least uncrewed rotary vehicle
Yeah.
support, and probably crewed rotary vehicle support as well. So in the nicest way, once you're into
The
it,
spiraling cost.
you
The spiraling
basically
cost,
you find yourself
basically.
building something the size of a Type 31 very quickly.
And at that point, procure a frigate.
Yeah. Well, you are basically procuring a frigate
Yeah,
at that
yeah.
point.
OPVs are needed to go and tootle around the oceans. They don't. We need them to be cheap.
Night Cigarette One, Naval History, Dr. Alex, I've always thought that the publicly known warhead yield of a Trident SLBM was its combined yield. Is that wrong? I'm not getting into that one. I'm sorry, that's not what I'm going to talk about, because I would have to go and check what is the publicly available information versus what I might have heard in my various Chatham House events, etc. And I would want to clarify that before I started speaking about that, so no. Daniel Phillips. Tirpitz is complete as a carrier. What are her likely capabilities, and could she be deployed alongside Bismarck, and how will the Allies react to her? Oh my. If they retained the Bismarck along back for a bit longer because they were building Tirpitz as a carrier, yes, they probably could have. How would the Allies react to her? Well, she'd basically be the #1 target, but the big problem with getting her ready is she would likely have a slightly larger air group potentially than the Graf Zeppelin, but try and get that air group off Goering.
Aye.
Take care, Tanif. YouTube Minecraft Watcher. If you were to modernize Bismarck, modernize as in modern, how do you change upgrade it if you had to keep the 15-inch guns but can increase the barrel length?
Politely, first thing, allow me a small exclamation. Oh dear God, why? Okay, now that's out of my system.
Gonna leave you with that for a second while I go visit the facilities.
Probably best for all of our sanity. Yeah, probably best for all of us. So, I have to keep the 15-inch guns. Well, the first thing I'm doing is I'm dishing the rear turrets. I'm sorry, but I need that space for other things. Secondly, I'm gutting her. I'm gutting her down to basically the engine spaces. She's losing her turbines and her fuel tanks, and she's being re-engined combined diesel and gas. I'm then completely reworking her superstructure. If I have to retain 15-inch guns, I will give her the 2 twin forward mounts. She can have those. It reduces the blast effects on the rest of the ship and gives me room aft to work with. Probably carry 2 Seawiz or equivalents per side, whatever the Germans use for their close-in weapon systems per side, and then 1 aft over the hangar. Install a nice big roomy hangar aft for 2 to 5 helicopters. Then you'll notice this is sounding shockingly familiar to a ship that I had crafted for the Red Fleet timeline. There's a reason for that. Because it's kind of the best way to do it. Then you have a VLS mounting probably amidships. A nice big roomy block of Mark 41, which gives me flexibility to put basically anything I want in. At that point, her primary weapons are her VLS. Probably have some box launchers. Probably put on. Probably put 4 boxes of 4 harpoon on. Which gives me put them anywhere. I don't need the same space I need for VLS. That means I can prioritize my Mark 41 for air to air. And at that point, you've got a vessel whose primary armament is her Mark 41 and her harpoons. Secondary armament is her helicopters, and her tertiary battery is those 15-inch guns. The guns are basically useless in modern warfare in terms of naval ship-to-ship, given how little that comes up. In terms of, look at me, I'm impressive, she's very impressive, and honestly, given the power I've put into her, she's basically a very, very good ideal flagship for a surface action group. You've got Mark 41 VLS, you've got Harpoon, probably got a decent radar suite to go with it, probably mounted aft as far away from the inch guns as possible. You've got at least 5 helicopters, which means you can cast a very wide ASW net.
Have we attached the
which
limpet
is-
mines yet?
No, what I've done is I've basically ripped out the rear 15-inch turret. I've put 2 Seaweeds per side, 1 Seaweeds above the rear helicopter hangar. Put a helo hangar on the back of 5 helicopters. Put some Mark 41 VLS aft on the superstructure aft, and then some box launcher for Harpoon. And redone her sensor fit. I've also prior to doing this, tore her down to the engine room and ripped out her turbines and put in a combined diesel gas power plant.
Okay.
Everything else remained the same, although I will remove as much armor as I need to make the ship's weight stay the same. I don't need it.
Okay.
That's basically it. And so basically what you've ended up with is a ship with 4 15-inch guns, which are all forward. You've got about a barrage of 24 Harpoon on tap if you want it. Probably got 40 Mark 41 VLS, so not a ridiculous amount of VLS, but enough. And then you've got a coverage suite of 3 VLS per broadside with 1 aft. And then finally, you've got 5 helos for ASW work, which gives you the ability to lead a task group really well.
Yeah, we'll leave it there, because frankly, if I get into it, I'll be just... yeah, rude.
I figured.
Yeah,
Hence why I
I'm
decided
just
to
wondering,
do
why
it.
woy I want to modernise Bismarck today?
No, I
there
know.
is
Yep.
so much. In a nice way, it's cheaper to build a new ship, and a lot easier. Black Horse. Question: when did outside submarine rescue first start being used? Like they tried on a Kursk. Honestly, it was something which they started developing during World War II, but I don't think they actually used it till well after World War II. I think it might have even been in the 60s. Because there was a lot of submarines lost in that pit in the 50s and 60s, especially with the early nuclear boats. There's a lot of boats lost.
I feel like that's one of those questions that's going to be in the vein of there is the publicly documented and accessible answer, and then there's the answer that is locked behind some very interesting security and attached to some very interesting projects that no one knows about.
And the next question is, if you were modernized Warspite, how would you change upgrade it? Well, if it was today, I'd be going, why am I doing this to this ship? If it was 1920s, 30s, I've already talked about, I'd go for the 15-inch 50s, 15-inch 45s. I'd go and I'd lengthen it, like Fleet got into. I would keep the full boiler. I would probably, I would want higher pressure boilers if I could get them than even the ones they fitted. And I would probably want to replace the boilers 1 for 1, and I'd need to replace the turbines at the same time.
I have modernization plans, and the nice thing is that with the exception of the engineering drawings of both ships, they're primarily identical. I'm going to install air conditioning, modern dehumidifier and climate control systems, a couple of drinks machines, modern kitchen, and all the necessary fire and life safety systems, and then find a pier somewhere and tie them up and turn them into a modern, fully functioning naval museum. I modernized it.
They used the McCain submarine rescue chamber, which is not the modern system. Okay, what you're talking about in terms of rescue chamber is basically you're talking almost a diving bell approach being lowered onto it. That's not the system we'll be talking about. The question was about the modern systems outside submarine rescue, so I presume that was the modern ones which were self-propelled submarines. But yes, they've been using diving bells to try and rescue people from the bottom of the sea for quite a long time. So, yeah, that's... it's... yeah. But, yeah, the Swalos was a diving bell scenario, I think, from memory, Solos. I could be wrong, but from memory, it was... And later called, of course, the sailfish. Like the British, once a submarine's sunk, they tend to rename it something else once they've recovered it. But the new McCain rescue chamber, yeah, that's diving. It is a diving bell. It technically was originally called a rescue bell. So yeah, that's the rescue vehicles, the DSRV sort of style systems. They were first looked to. As said, basically they were trying to look into them prior to World War II. They didn't get them, and it's later on that you have them in. It's sort of post World War II. You have them sort of developed, but the British have how do I put it, have a long history of operating them. A long random history of them. We still, I think, from memory, provide the backbone of the NATO system, which is NATO system is technically Norway, France, and the UK. Yeah. But again, that is, how do I put this politely? The thing I find about the NATO system and the interesting scenario is that works as long as you're dealing with peacetime requirements. If you there again, there is the quite probability that if you're dealing with submarines getting damaged in wartime, there's going to be no recovering of them. But yeah, it's very much a capability we have, so we can claim we have the capability, not necessarily a viable capability. But you're right about Squalus, but it wasn't. It was a diving bell, not the modern system, which is a DSRV. Right then, Steve Clarke. The year is. We've answered that one. Germany. Daniel Phillips. Germany put 2 additional capital shipyards into construction late 1933. How did British react, and how does this affect German naval procurement?
Well, first of all, I'm congratulating the Germans on pulling the money for that out of somewhere. But secondly, oh cool, 4 Scharnhorsts. Whoopee.
Yeah, but also in the nicest way, that's going to cause issues for the British and everyone else.
Oh no, I'm aware. But I mean, come on, if they have the option to build 4 Scharnhorsts, they're gonna go for it.
I think what that is when that means possibly the King George V's you might be talking about the British laying down at least a couple of ships earlier, demanding the right to do that in the Well, if they're laid down in 1933, then basically the British are going raring to go the moment there's any are going to be renegotiating the treaty almost immediately. And London Naval Treaty, that they might even have permission to stockpile stuff, so they're ready to build, so they can slam into production things. In which case, you might get a Vanguard-style ship being laid down as soon as the King George V's are laid down. I.e. something which is going to use the old R-class turrets, or the old 15-inch turrets, as a bonus ship being laid down literally at the same time as the King George V's. And the British could literally be putting, let's say, 5 King George V's, or even 6 King George V's on the stocks at the same time as they're building 2 of these other 2 ships. And the British technically still have the infrastructure to do that in that period.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to cost money, but under that scenario, they're probably going to feel they have to do it. Because, yeah. Mark Harkness, it's Sailfish, and it was then Squalus, and then it was Sailfish. It changed its name. But that would be interesting. That would be interesting. Castana. Swede Monson gets sent to the UK in 1933 as part under the job of naval attaché. Does this change anything in the Royal Navy submarine force? Why would it? The naval attaché doesn't usually get involved in those sort of things. So, whilst he's a very good American submariner, I don't think him turning up in the UK in 1933 is going to do much. He was the guy, of course, who was involved in the rescue of the crew of Squalus, but I don't think that's really going to... He's not going to be... He might talk a bit about his Monson Long and all the other things he works on in the US Navy, but the naval attachés aren't really there to spread their own navy's information around to other navies. And you have to remember, whilst the British and Americans were friendly, they were not allies at that point. And there is a big difference there. They were friendly, they were not allies. So I don't think that would change anything for the submarine force. Eddie Rudolph, has there been a naval equivalent of a nation giving any other country anything a major but older equipment like the rumored donation of Type 74 a naval equivalent? Yeah.
Farragut's
USM post World War II. I mean, there were things during World War II that they could list.
So did the Royal Navy.
For the Russians.
And the Royal Navy did the Royal Navy did the same. The Royal Navy gifted the Russians a battleship. Let's be honest.
And then you've got the
Soviets
very
and Chinese.
Yeah.
Yeah, Soviets and Chinese, Soviets and Vietnam,
Yeah.
Chinese and Vietnam.
British and India, the British and India.
Oh yeah, there's a long list.
The British and Australia, the British and New Zealand, the British and Canada.
Americans to the Dutch.
Yeah. The British and the Dutch, the British and Norwegians, the Italians and all sorts of random places. There have been lots of nations giving out things. Steve Clarke, no, he wouldn't save the crew of the Thetis because, again, why would they invite the American naval attaché to that problem? Who's going to go? You know what? We're dealing with this progress ourselves. We're doing it as best we can ourselves. We're going to call up the US naval attaché and bring him all the way up here to do this. Oh, and admit that we have had this problem and have this issue. They're not going to do that. It just wouldn't happen. Because, yeah, in the nicest way, when you're dealing with submariners, their rules of what's important are different than what we might consider. We might consider the importance of life most valuable, but they will often put the priority of national security above everything else. So we answered that one. Tematus. How would Fleet manage if the Royal Navy he'd been drafted to be in the late edited in the late 1930s?
I'm sure I'd get by. Probably not ideal. That's not exactly what I'd choose, but I'm sure I'd get by.
You'd have fun.
I wouldn't be the best sailor in the world, but I'm sure I'd get by.
Leslie, would that mean have meant some battleships would have had a major refit? I'm guessing that's to do with the Germans getting the extra facilities. Yes, probably a nicest way. The upgrade, the Queen Elizabeth class have a far more rapid refit, and you might also get Hood having her refit earlier. But honestly, Britain will be straining its infrastructure and probably will be utilising some of its infrastructure in some of the colonies to at least carry out let's put it this way. If you're using the infrastructure in the UK for the refits and upgrades, you might well use the infrastructure in the colonies and the rest of the empire, sort of, and the dominions for things like the ongoing regular refits, the post-cruise refits, the short 1 month refit you have between commissions, sort of thing. Tematus, when you're in Nippon and the Star officers in there, what body pillow will Fleet get? I'm not sure. I'm fairly sure it will be Foxo who'll tell him what body pillow he's supposed to get from the officers. But, you know, we'll see what he gets when he's there. Fleet, do you know what body pillow you're going to be buying?
I'm probably not going to buy a body pillow. Too
Oh.
big. Not much use to me.
And also, there is getting it home.
Yes, there is that as well. That ain't fitting in my luggage.
No, but please, I don't care what Gareth advises you. He is wonderful, but he is the only man I know who can travel the world with literally a small backpack as his entire luggage. Do not try to emulate him. You won't survive.
I wouldn't even dream of it. I need my nice shirt. I need my jacket. I need my blazer. I need my 5 pairs of jeans. I need my toiletries. I need my casual shirts. I need my shorts, my belt. I need my hat. I need 3 different flat caps. One for rain, one for sun, one for in between.
Okay, maybe do have a chat with Gareth. You might need to cut some of this stuff down. But and I swear
it fits.
He literally shaves for the entire month using just soap in the shower soap the hotel supplies. He just takes a razor with him. He doesn't take anything to shave with him.
If it can get the job done.
Yeah.
I've done that.
For an entire month?
Yeah, well, also, I wasn't shaving but so often, so
Yeah.
it's a little easier to get away with it.
Question. How much did the US Navy want to murder news people that informed the Japanese that their depth charges were set too shallow in World War II? The fact that any news editors survived they weren't called to Admiral King's office is a surprise.
Yeah, freedom of the press is a bit of a...
Yeah, there's freedom of press and then there's avoiding Admiral King, who's after your blood. Walter Morodas, a question. The makers of the movie Greyhound are planning a sequel. Preliminary plans have the ship going to Normandy and then to the Pacific. Is this a good idea? It's not a bad idea, and it's not. And honestly, it's not a unusual deployment. But did Greyhound get sunk in the end?
No. She survived the convoy. It was a rough voyage, but she did okay.
In a nicest way.
Yeah,
the interesting thing is, and the interesting thing is, if she's still got Tom Hanks in command of her, because honestly, that'd be a very long command for World War II.
I'm not sure if he started. I'm not sure if he started as a 4-stacker captain, and then obviously got command of a Fletcher mid-war. Like, I think the process would be like he's with Greyhound now through Normandy and then the Pacific, and then right at the end he might get upgraded to a gearing or a cruiser.
Yeah.
And then there'll be this, I bet you there'll be this sad scene where he's he's going to his new command and like he's looking back at Greyhound and he's like, damn, gotta leave that ship behind.
I'm not sure he would be like that, but.
YouTube Minecraft Watcher, if you were sent to 1500 and could take any sailing ship with you to use, which one, and you will survive to 1900?
Clipper.
Warrior.
A four-masted clipper.
Warrior.
We can't maintain the steam engine.
Oh, I can.
You probably could.
The technical.
I'll take my bets on
the technical jump to maintain Warrior going back in time versus maintaining even something like Maine and going back in time is not that great.
And the thing is, the more important thing with Warrior, I could pick myself a very nice island to be in charge of.
And then you can use your "Hi, I'm a time traveler" code, and
have an army to support me.
Yeah, pretty much. And then you know,
To be fair, I have to wait. I have to wait 400. I have to wait roughly 200 years for that code to work.
I just want a farm-mastered clipper.
I know you do. I know you do, Foxo.
You could be such a good trading ship. You could make so much money.
Yes, but a four-masted clipper is a very fine hull which is designed for very high-speed sailing and requires a lot of skilled sailing experience and capabilities to sail it. Actually, sailing HMS Warrior is far easier and requires far less skill. So seeing as whilst I'm a good historian, I'm not a sailing master, and I don't wish to have it be so reliant upon a sailing master they can take over the ship from me, I have no desire to take back a clipper, which is basically the apogee of the sailing era. Whereas Warrior, which is the standard entrance level of the Ironclad era, is a fairly fine vessel for me to take back and be in charge of. And to find a reasonably secure crew for.
Would you command an Age of Sail ship, though?
Hmm?
Would she command an Age of Sail?
Yes, because she was technically a sailing ship. She was designed to be sailed.
I thought she would come under Steam and Steel, but...
Nope, she's an Ironclad. She's not got steel there.
and also as I heard the question, it wasn't Age of Sail ship, it was sailing ship.
Mm-hmm.
I'd never just hit about the Great Eastern, then.
That would be amusing to see people's reaction to.
It's like the ultimate cargo ship. You
Mhm.
could buy kingdoms with the amount of gold you could move across the ocean quickly. And I'm sure you could bounce some bronze cannon to her, sink entire fleets.
Oh, you can
Honestly,
have fun.
at that point, I just use the bow wake.
Yeah, to be fair, with HMS Warrior, honestly, Britain will rule the world.
Can you imagine Warrior rocking up to Trafalgar?
There wouldn't be a Battle of Trafalgar. There'd be annihilation of Trafalgar.
Imagine Warrior showing up to somewhere like Lepanto.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, did it say 1500 or the 15th century?
1500.
Okay. So you could.
There are a lot of interesting battles you could influence with that. Let me put it this way.
Influence, you mean decide the outcome of?
The Battle of Chesapeake.
No comment.
That's a funny thought. So you know those massive Chinese junks they made? I think they were junks.
Yes,
Just
they're
taking
treasure ships.
Taking Great Eastern to go see some of them.
Mm-hmm. I love the way
Just being the only thing I think.
I love the way Foxo says see them. No, she means see them, and possibly acquire them with menaces.
Well,
no, you wouldn't take
I
them. You would just menace them.
I mean, I
And
know we
then
said
emasculate
Take care,
them.
KVG.
sent to 1500 to take any sailing ship. I know I said a clipper, but I'd like to revise my statement.
Yes.
Indefatigable. The Raze, indefatigable. I am going to terrorize the world, and none of you could stop me. Apart from Warrior. Everything else apart from Warrior.
Yeah, that's the
Sorry,
thing.
Great Eastern could stop you.
Yes, but I'm sorry, Indefatigable's plot armor will protect it against anything that isn't another time-traveling ship.
Right. Paul Amos, this is Steve Clarke's question. Blackhawk's question. What is the main reason that modern retired ships, ships and Navy are not saved as museum ships? Mainly, governments use the justification. No one's interested in it. But realistically, it's cost and them trying to save money and being tight. Answer that one.
And also, I would say, depending upon the age of the ship, there can still be a level of protected information that
Yeah.
having those ships as museum ships would risk.
Yeah.
You can tell, like as Dr. Clarke alludes to in regards to records, you can tell a lot about how certain things work by what's not there.
To be fair, I might not even have to fight the Battle of Chesapeake. I might just wait for when Washington's crossing the Delaware and just be sitting there and not far away with Warrior and just go boom, 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 boom.
But then we don't get heroic artwork.
No, instead you get the glorious destruction of the rebels.
No comment.
Answer that one was also discussed. Plus, the RN aside from Staff Thompson, the Royal Navy finds a full set of 15-inch 45 turrets and guns mothballed in a warehouse. I think you mean 15-inch 42s. The 45s were never procured. Numbers in a mothballed warehouse. How quickly did they deploy a new fully armored cruiser to put them on, and how many VLS cells does she get? Okay.
Who wants to give you the bad news?
Here's the interesting thing. Theoretically, there are two scenarios here. There is the sensible engineering scenario, which is it doesn't happen. There is, however, the political patriotism scenario. If this was found at the same time as, let's say, Russia decided to menace the UK with a Kirov class or something like that, and were being rude at the UK about that, and Britain was the press was shouting about how we don't have our ships are so small in comparison to the Kirov, and therefore can't menace it back, sort of thing. And a carrier wasn't available. At that point, you probably would get something built which would have a pair of those gun turrets on it. Literally because of the politicians wanting to be seen to do something. So whilst Fleet is right, when Fleet goes, it's bad news, it probably doesn't happen, there is a very real circumstance, because of the way modern politics goes, that it does happen. And as I've explained to Fleet in past and before, that politics is why, in the Red Fleet timeline, there are some very interesting ships built after 1982. If there had been a battleship fight. And Fleet hates me for this, but Fleet also realizes it is the case.
You got something that had that paid lip service to its guns.
Yeah. That's what the ship built under this circumstances would do. It literally has the guns because that allows the government to say it has the guns.
In the meantime, they've got a service combatant that can basically lead a service action group, and then
and has enough VLS missiles that frankly no one wants to deal with it in any scenario.
Yeah, you've basically given the Royal Navy 3 capital ships. You either send a QE to deal with a problem, or you send a SAG with this thing leading.
Yeah. And before people say the Kirov couldn't really menace the UK, honestly, if you consider our press and consider the way we've been running our escorts for the last few years, there is a very real scenario where it could cause enough trouble to politically embarrass the government into doing something silly.
And politely, even in the real world of the militaries, the Royal Navy and the US Navy still nowadays look at a Kirov and go, that is something we have to take seriously.
Yes, they do.
Is it an old ship? Yeah. Same thing with the Slavas. Are they older ships? Yes. Are they still very threatening things if you don't treat them with the respect they deserve?
Yes.
Yes.
So you treat them with respect, but it's more a case of the Royal Navy will probably going, well, we had a submarine not far from it, so it really wasn't. If it had started doing anything, it was going to the bottom in seconds flat. But the thing is, that wouldn't matter. What would matter to people is the image that there was nothing there watching it. As we often discuss, when you're talking in politics, often the image has just as much weight as the reality, if not more so sometimes.
It's a massive ship that dwarfs everything else that's next to it.
Yeah.
And the Kirovs do. The Kirovs are, fundamentally, if you know nothing about the military, the most impressive non-carrier warships in the world.
Yeah.
They still are to this day.
Yep.
And even if you know stuff about the military, you look at them and go, "You're still terrifying." If I
That's
don't
a
have an
lot.
Arleigh Burke, if I don't have an Arleigh Burke with a full load of SM2 dedicated just to stopping you sitting behind me, you're still terrifying.
Mhm. Um. YouTube Minecraft Watcher, would the USN be able to do the H-44 design battleship? Why would they want to? They could. They could do something equivalent to that, but why would they want to? They've got their own Montana designs. Why do they need to do the H-44? They've got their own 18-inch gun works and their own things. Why would they want to do? It's one of the things of the H-44 is, in many ways, it suffers. Its plans and its options look like on paper it's going to suffer even more from the German design by committee process than the Bismarck and Tirpitz did. Okay.
The
Styling.
H-44 is also
Mm.
it's the aggressive. Oh, no, Dr. Long's worse than you think. It's the 44. Remember, that's the aggressively silly one. That's the 820-inch gun, the 100,000 tons. We are into Darth territory.
Yeah. But, yeah, and to styling profiling of Battleship's Barbecue, you are right, as in terms of the reality. But the thing is, the submarine will be below the surface of the sea and won't be visible, because you don't surface a submarine unless there is something you really have to surface it for. So the thing is, the image is the Kirov being unescorted, being unimpeded, doing whatever it wants. The reality might be very different, but the image, is the perception.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and honestly,
And again, I'm not saying the stand Baran,
No.
you're completely misunderstanding the point in the nicest way. You're saying that we are telling you that she's the biggest threat afloat. No,
No.
we're telling you the perception and a scenario whereby, let's say Kirov, let's say it was the Peter Velicki, was hanging around off the Thames estuary, and there was nothing the British could send out to go and wander around with it. The image would be what would the image of that, and if there was no surface ship there, would be what would cause the trouble. It doesn't matter if there's actually a submarine there watching them. It doesn't matter the fact that there is a load of Eurofighters loaded up with air to surface weapons ready to go. It doesn't matter what kind of capabilities are ready to deal with it. What matters is the image. Because that's what the press will talk about. The mainstream they will be talking about the whole time. And it doesn't... In the nicest way, I have been in that scenario when we've been talking about certain things as the expert on the news channel, trying to argue with the people, and they don't listen to you. They honestly don't. They're all talking about this stuff as it's amazing. You're sitting there going, well, there'll be this here and this threat, and this is how it's all managed, and they just... No, I didn't think you meant disrespect. I thought you probably misunderstood, which is why I said in the nicest way. If I thought you were being disrespectful, Steinbrenner, I wouldn't have said in the nicest way.
Yeah.
I've seen that tone of voice.
Dr.
You
Graf-
don't want to.
Yeah, there is a
Clarke
different tone of
very
voice.
good at telegraphing.
When I think you are not understanding, I will go I often use the phrase in the nicest way, because it's meant in the nicest way. It's meant as, I think you haven't quite got my point, and so I will try and re-explain it, because it's on me. It's my communication error. When I say don't bother with that, that's when I'm basically going, okay, you're being either dense on purpose, or you are just not paying attention.
Yeah. Put it this way: if the Russians want to do projection, they send a Kirov by themselves.
Yeah.
If the Russians are serious, it's a Kirov with a stag around it. And at that point, the Royal Navy starts going, right, let's put something in front of it.
That's when you have a carrier battle group turning up, and that's if they have a carrier battle group available. And the trouble is, the threat which the Russians have always been trying to deploy, but never managed to deploy, would of course be a Kirov, be sort of Peter Velicki and Kuznetsov coming together with a combat group. because that would be really something quite,
Mhm.
oh good lord. But that would also cause a lot of people to start doing comparison and analysis and agree that that battle group was actually more powerful than anything, was on paper at least more powerful than anything which wasn't an American carrier battle group.
Yep.
Because on paper it would certainly look like it is. The reality, as we all know, would be slightly different because of the way the electronics and communications capabilities and the way the systems work together in a NATO force versus a Russian force. The reality is different. The image, though, yeah. If free pristine G3s appeared in Portsmouth and you were given the money and the task with modernising them as a carrier escorts, what do you do? Pristine G3s. Well, honestly, getting rid of the middle VLS, middle gun unit and replacing that with VLS is a no-brainer. I can stick a hangar and a flight deck on the stern quite easily, and then I can start working on the secondaries. I'll probably leave the main guns forward because it's quite nice to have the main guns because, again, for status, it's basically...
And the work to actually remove them would just be not worth it. For the middle turret, it's worth it. But to remove the two front ones, the removal of that weight alone would result in you having to rebalance the ship.
Yeah.
But removing the middle turret, you can just about get away with. The only thing I would concern myself with is... Well, I think the superstructure is going to need a rework in terms just to have the fits for modern electronics. But I would also ask the following. Can we leave them as oil-fired steam, or are we going to have to look into converting them to steam gas or steam diesel, or diesel and gas?
Well, the thing is, they are fast enough, theoretically, as they are. But if I can...
in terms of training.
That's why it can't be heard.
If I can convert them into gas turbines, gas diesel electric, so basically put in a Queen Elizabeth class power plant into them, then honestly, it's the range bump I'm going to get out of them is going to be enormous, and the crew reduction is going to be insane.
And it also means you don't have to open a training pipeline for oil-fired steam.
The halfway house is to take a page out of the Iowa's book and run JP7 fueled boilers.
Potentially, but potentially, if I've got the three of them there, and I'm going to do this to all of them, and they're brand new, then in a nice way they've got the whole life and everything in them that it's worthwhile me doing the work.
Cassinia makes a good point as well. You're probably going to have to do the work anyway, just to up the power generation.
Yeah.
But what I will say is, it's not like you say modernize them as carrier escorts. Oh no! These are the Royal Navy's new 3 surface action group leaders. That's what these are. These are the Royal Navy's. I am going to go somewhere with a task group around me by myself. I don't need no QEs.
No. These are my new global presence assets. In nicest way, I send them. When I can't send, when I don't want to send a carrier battle group, but I want to send something which is going to send a message. I send one of these. And I make
pretty much.
That's what pretty much use it, but that's because they'd be brand new, and therefore they're worthwhile doing it. They're worthwhile doing it their whole life.
Yeah, that's the real thing here. By giving them as brand new, that's the real thing. They're fresh.
GeoGuy, I'm gonna just answer this GeoGuy question. Could HMS Warrior and Black Prince beat the US and Confederate ironclads? The thing is, the US and Confederate ironclads are mostly either riverine ironclads or coastal ones. If they get out into the waters where Black Prince and Warrior would be, they're usually going to be sunk by the sea before they're sunk by anything else. But again, as I've talked about before, there are various books written about, fights between Warrior and Monitor. And usually they require Warrior is somehow incapacitated for them to work. Because if Warrior is moving, she's faster than Monitor. She's more heavily armoured than Monitor. And she can ram her.
Yeah.
And cause damage. In a nicer way, her wake could probably upset the Monitor. because the Monitor is a very good vessel, but it is very much a literal, almost
Patrol.
a floating battery style weapon system rather than a warship.
Yeah.
Now the thing that you should be asking me about is not those ones. The one you should be asking for is the Americans' first ironclad frigate corvette, which was pretty good vessel,
Ironside.
Ironsides, but she was quite small compared to the Warrior and the Black Prince, and so she probably would have been lost the fight to them. But they had as Ironside showed, they have the capacity to build ships of the same level as Warrior and Black Prince. They just don't actually build them. So it's the ships which are built are suited to the war they're fighting, not necessarily suited to fighting a war against Warrior and Black Prince, because Black Prince and Warrior are built to fight the French, or rather to completely overshadow the Gloire and make everyone forget about it.
Yeah.
And yeah, Warrior and Black Prince aren't built to go up any rivers. So that's the thing. They're not built to. That's not their job. Their job is to fight fight battles at sea. The Royal Navy doesn't intend on using Warrior and Black Prince to go them. Oh, and Geoguy, assuming
this is the thing.
Yeah.
Can I very quickly?
Yeah, Karen.
If the U.S. captains or Confederate captains are stupid enough to consent to take their ships onto the high seas to die, they will die. If the Royal Navy captains are stupid enough to take Warrior and Black Prince into confined waters where not only do you have the home turf advantage in terms of knowing the shoals and the shallows, but you've also got a numbers advantage, because that is the one thing that even the Confederacy, depending on where you are, might have at that point, the amount of ships you could throw at them. Then either Warrior and Black Prince need to boogie on out of there with aggressive speed, or they also die.
Yeah.
Especially if you're talking about the US in the late war, when you're talking, oh, what do you mean we're in an inlet surrounded by 30 monitors with 15-inch Dahlgren with full power charges?
You don't do that. You're not that in. And nicest way, the British aren't usually that cheap. And also, by the time you have the 1862 Trent incident, if you do have that, and if it goes hot, and if Warrior and Black Prince are involved, then in nicest way, the main ships which they're going to be fighting are going to be the blockading fleets and the ocean-going fleets of the US Navy at that point. Not the Confederates. They don't really have anything that's going to be getting in the British way. And honestly, if the Trent incident went hot and the British decided to get involved, the British probably ally with the Confederates. And the only way the Trent incident is really going hot is if the Union really manages that situation badly. Because the British really don't want to get in a war at that point, because they don't want the Union to lose to the Confederates, because they don't like the Confederates.
Yeah, because while certain members of the government might be willing to knock the US down a peg, it would be kind of hypocritical if the British government sided with a nation whose sole reason for existing is to preserve an institution they've spent the better part of 30 years by this point hitting over the head with a sledgehammer repeatedly.
And when I say using the Royal Navy to hit over the head with a sledgehammer regularly. So, yeah, that's the thing. Is if the Trent incident does go hot, and let's say the Union have managed to mismanage that to the point at which it's been forced for it to go hot, then the British are basically just probably using their warships to open up the seaways to Confederate ports so they can trade with the world, and the Confederate ironclads will be taking care of the littorals. And the thing is, if the US Navy tries to bring monitors around in the open ocean to get there, that's when the monitors are going to be going, oh, frigate, there comes Warrior and Black Prince, and oh, they are literally running circles around us because we're in open ocean, and this is their world, not ours. And basically, the only option the US has to build is to mass build ships which are slightly better than the Ironsides and get them into service as quickly as they possibly can.
Yeah. And I mean, also, you've basically got it'll be a war where you'll have the Mersey frigates as well going nuts. The ships that Warrior is basically an armored version of, and of course, just very quickly, touch on something else, the Royal Navy will be sweeping the seas, and they'll very publicly say, "We are sweeping the seas clear for maritime trade."
Yeah.
Making it very public that we are fighting the US at the same time the Confederacy happens to be fighting the US. We're not with them.
No.
Making that clear. We're not with them.
Castanea, the whole point is, as pointed out, supporting Confederacy because, in the nicest way, if the Union has fired on the British, as much as people in the UK won't like the Confederacy, and it won't be a direct alliance with them, the British clearing the seas of American ships because they fired on them would be supported by the British public. So the only scenario you get a shooting war under the Trent incident, as I've discussed before in a video on the Trent incident, is if the Americans end up firing on the British. And if that happens, then the whole scenario of going, well, they won't because the Confederacy would, never get some political support from the UK. You'd be amazed at the people the British can support when you can find themselves either not supporting but not actively fighting against or causing trouble for when they are the enemy of their enemy. Britain. Look at the list of allies Britain has in World War II, let alone World War One, where we're allied with the Russians and the French versus the Germans, and the Russians and the French are our traditional enemies at that point.
Yeah. Here's the thing: there's a reason why the term co-belligerent exists.
Yes.
You can fight a war against the same people without being allied with or liking the other person.
Yes.
It will it's like I said just before. They are not allies. They just happen to be fighting two wars at the same time against the same person.
Yes, co-belligerent is a great phraseology and a great piece of legal lawfare for war.
I think we should move on.
We'll move on.
Hit this over the head with a sledgehammer.
Would the USS Maine from World of Warships even be possible in real life?
That's the ship with 12.
That's the long.
That is a
quad
that is
16.
a long Tana with quad 16s.
Yeah.
I'm horrified.
That's
But in theory, it should be possible if you build a ship big enough.
In theory, it's
It's
possible.
fact.
I mean, good luck squeezing anything more than 26 knots out of it, but you could build it.
Well, no,
Sorry,
depends
which
how big you can build it. You could probably get 28 knots out of it.
Put it this way,
I can hear the
in game,
turbines screaming.
she's one of the longest battleships in the game.
In the nicest
She's
way,
wide.
you
She's
might
rated
need,
at having 30.4.
she might well need 6. She'd probably need about 6 shafts for that.
Oh, yeah, USS Maine. Yeah, she's weird, but actually she's quite feasible theoretically.
Yeah.
Or because it
Like,
is
if
basically
she-
just
if they can
it's literally
accept-
just a widened Montana, effectively,
Yeah, if-
with quad.
It's
they could
lengthened as
accept-
well.
A
yeah.
bit, yes.
If they can accept 28 knots, I would say, yeah, you can probably
No.
get away with that. But
Mm.
30,
It's 32
no.
knots, and that's possible.
No, okay, that is officially in the realm of silliness. 28
Uh,
knots.
No, it's not.
Fleet, she's got the same
Yeah.
length to beam as an Iowa, just scaled up with 6
And
shafts.
where
Her,
exactly
her
are they
turning
getting the
circle radius-
turbines for that?
Her minimum turning radius is 1 kilometer.
That doesn't really work, though. That's just because World of Warships has very silly turning circle radius because it is a game.
Mm-hmm.
She does not turn like a brick in game as well.
Yeah.
There's a reason.
I still say that in real life she wouldn't be geared for fast
She would.
28 knots. A real version of Maine would not be.
Apparently,
She would be.
221,000 shaft horsepower.
She doesn't need to be Fox though.
That's but I know, and her current
If
and her
you
maximum
make
speed
a
is
ship long
30.4.
enough, you can get it that speed.
You can, but
Mhm.
the costs involved would be extortionate. Like I say, you better.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
it-
not
yeah.
asking should they, it's can
Couldn't
they.
they? Yes, there's a different phraseology there. Right, and now the next question. This is from Stafford Thompson. In 30 years, what would the panel prefer as their retirement vessel? A Royal Navy or a Royal Canadian Navy River class? So I'm reckoning a Royal Navy City class or a Royal Canadian Navy River class. Which would you prefer as your retirement vessel? Which flavour of Type 26 would you like to retire on in 30 years' time?
I'll take the British ships. They're not dry.
I don't know enough to have an
Neither are the
opinion.
Canadian ones!
Yeah, at that point, then it's all
I-
forces. Doesn't really matter.
It's a boat, it's a modern boat.
Yeah. What,
They're the exact bloody
Suggest-
same.
suggest little cousins. Suggesting
sorry,
the
they're the exact same.
yes. You know, in the nicest way, suggesting the Canadians have dry vessels like the Americans. Goodness gracious me.
Hey, who suggested that?
That was
Don't
Fleet.
sit on your high horse and
That
don't
was
sit down on your
Fleet.
high horse and talk down to me.
Suggesting the Canadian vessels are dry like their American counterparts.
I never said they weren't. I never said they weren't wet.
You did.
I might have implied it, but I never said those exact words.
You literally did.
Yes.
Lee, you don't have enough points in charisma to try for that level of rules lawyering, so don't even try.
You
I'd
forget.
Fleet, you're
I
shorter
always
than
try.
me, so of course we're looking down on you.
Oh no.
I am.
Stafford says it's RN OPV or Raw Canadian Navy Raw Navy OPV or Raw Canadian Navy Type 26. Which would you prefer to retire on? The river classes.
OPV.
Type 26.
I want the
Type 20,
OPV. I want the bloody OPV.
If I want to retire, probably the nicest way to better retirement vessel for wandering around various Caribbean islands and parts of the world to enjoy myself is probably more easily with the OPV because I can pretty much crew it almost solo.
Honestly, yeah, we could, if you take off the 30 mil, you could turn that into a nice yacht.
Mhm.
Yeah, OPV is a yacht, and if needs be, you could live in it like a houseboat.
Mm.
A Type 26, you actually need a crew.
Mhm.
But let's just say it's in the future and it's all AI controlled.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. People keep overestimating how much you can put onto an AI. The amount of people who think that ChatGPT is going to take over doing staff work for senior officers and running all the stuff that they need to do.
I would ask them, do they know the difference between an actual AI and what we've got currently?
Yeah, that's the
I
thing.
mean, it's
What we've
worked
got
great for the White
What
House.
we've got currently are not actual AIs.
They are large language model systems.
Like,
It's,
Uh,
but
it's rather irksome, honestly.
then
Yeah.
again, imagine what AI was like 30 years ago,
Mm-hmm.
to where it is now.
Yeah.
30 years ago, it was in the
We
realm
don't know what
of-
AI will be like in 30 years, let's be real.
Well, by that
Like,
point,
how like,
But-
you had, what, 1 gigabyte hard drives in
yeah.
the 90s? Now,
I-
in my PC, I've got 3 terabytes.
We
I've got
more fun.
I have an 8.
currently,
The more fun thing about this is YouTube at some point will become fully immersive 3D live video as the
Oh, God
standard.
help me.
I'll be presenting my Naval history live to you from my office with all my books around me, and be able to draw my books out and present them 3D to you.
Okay.
It'll probably cost about
I-
$400 a month for that capability, but yeah.
Slightly off topic, but in that case, have you considered doing one of these live streams in VR chat?
I have actually considered it, and once I've
I'll be
got the
honest,
room
it's
set
not-
up, once I've got the room set up with the green screen and the various things I'm planning on doing, then I might well do it. I am planning on getting the cameras and being able to do it at a certain point. I want the cameras to get a little bit cheaper though before I venture into that. But I think it'd be fun to do. I think it'd be fun to do. I like the idea of reaching more people in a different way.
So is this the real reason for the Tokyo trip, so that you can get your very own VR rig set up?
Why would you need to go to Tokyo for that?
Look at who they're meeting.
Yeah, but why would you even need to go and meet other people to do that? Like, you can just do that here. And
honestly, in the nicest way, I have some fairly good contacts in that industry. I don't have contacts with the people I would ideally like to talk to about it, but I'm working on getting those contacts. And also, I do realize I would need to have it set up so that the Poodle would also be completely and Poodle and Corgi would also be completely part of that VR event.
That would be funny.
There are lots of people going, sign me up for live stream. Right. It's 10th of December 1941, and every US cruiser, old and new, light and heavy, are replaced with Des Moines-class heavy cruisers. What happens next?
Death.
That
Death
nation...
for everyone who dares oppose the United States.
Yes, in the nicest way, that's an out-of-context problem, which will probably be solved by US Navy captains still being a little bit silly when it comes to their war fighting, but yeah, they will have overwhelming firepower advantage, and with their radars, etc., then they might even manage to avoid some of the long lance torpedo strikes.
And the funniest thing, like honestly, I just allow me to very quickly run you through this alternate World War II. The Guadalcanal campaign. Every Japanese ship gets dogpile by 8-inch shells. Death. Midway, 8-inch dual-purpose guns. Death.
Yeah.
The Arctic convoys, Tirpitz, sorties, gets dogpiled by Des Moines.
Ooh,
Death.
Don't see that one.
No, it's just let me cook here. The
Yeah,
Mediterranean, the Italians do anything.
I think
Death.
you've cooked enough now. Okay.
I don't.
Yeah, I
think,
think
I
you're
don't
starting
think
to
you would
get
see.
a little bit burnt there, my guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I don't think they would deploy these in the Mediterranean or in the Arctic convoys.
These
honestly.
are their cruisers. They have no other cruisers.
They've replaced every single cruiser with a Des Moines, so yes, they will be deployed everywhere. But you know, styling and profiling battleship barbecue. I've been asked this question multiple times by people who go, "You do know the Cure Museum has some parts closed down for the year?" Yes, we do, and actually, don't take this the wrong way, but sometimes it serves us better when parts of museums are closed down for us visiting. For what we want to do in terms of filming them and how we want to go. That all needs to be worked out quite closely with the museum, and that is one of the reasons I will need to go to Japan a day early. That is one of the reasons why I am still going to be updating the list of museums and how we're going to be going there and what we're going to be doing in those museums for the next few months before we actually go, because we're still in the final negotiations. Because even once you've agreed dates and deadlines, museums still like to negotiate things, and that's fully understandable. It's their scenario, and these things are going on. They're letting us in for free. I really can't get in. I can't say that, say thank you anymore. So we deal them, but also there are archive sections and bits of museums we often go to which are out of bounds anyway. So that's the thing. The Cure Naval Museum specifically, we're asking for access to their archives. We're asking for all sorts of things. So yeah, but
Also, just
that's
in
the
general,
thing.
You'll be surprised how many sections if you just ask politely, you'll actually be let into, which are technically speaking closed.
Yeah. And yes, you'd be surprised how often it's like museums. Some of the shots, you will notice this if you ever look at some of the footage that me and Drac post in the videos. The amount of times we get into museums before they're open. They let us in early that day or late after everyone else has gone home, or they have us going around sections which are closed, displays which are closed off for a bit while we're filming, and they do organise it around us very much to make sure that we don't disrupt other people as well. Because we're very much there. We don't want to film kids and things like that accidentally wandering through shot. If Dr. Dan was here, he'd be talking about the fact that you will regularly find me when we're doing ships, etc. I will go down to the engine room first, and I will get them done nice and early, because we don't really want to shut off those places. They're really too confined to be shut off, but we need to get the footage done quickly. And if we consider, when we were on HMAS Vampire, she was shut down, large chunks of her, for work that they were doing on her. We were allowed in those spaces because we were capable of going with an escort, and we were prepared to sign waivers. And yeah, that's when you've got that footage, which I did on my channel, of me crawling literally through the bilges on her, underneath the boilers. That's not a section which you would ever get into unless that part of the ship was closed down, because they could not afford to have those bits which I went through open to the public, because if the public crawled down there, they'd have real problems.
Can you say lawsuit?
Potentially. So this is why, for us, there are advantages to places being shut down. And it's something which I will sort out the exact full details of before we get there. But also, there are lots of there are also things like some of the shrines we're going to. We're going to the shrine for Mitsumasa Yonai. We're going to the shrine for Toga Hayachiro. Those things are all included in it, and there are lots of things on this trip which are included, which the people who are prepared to show us around we might never have a chance again to get them to show us around. So the thing is, there is always whenever you're planning a trip like this, there is always going to be some issues and some parts which are not quite perfect. But what you're doing is you're going for the overall whole of the trip and the whole value of the trip. Right. Then we have Staff Thompson, modern Land Rover or Jeep for the panels off roader of choice, done up in World War II fast attack spec.
Why do you hate us?
This is the point at which I would ask: do you think I have the bank balance to sustain a Land Rover, and B, a Jeep on UK roads?
No chance in hell.
Linguistics.
You could probably get away with a
Fleet.
base Wrangler is actually a pretty
linguistics,
small
Fleet.
vehicle.
Okay,
Right.
the question is,
Yes.
the question is, how old is a new Land Rover?
Has it been
Because
sent out? the
if we're
factory yet?
talking about a 15-year-old Land Rover, the Land Rover,
It says modern, so I'm presuming this year or later.
Like most recent models.
And the Heathfish, there are some smaller Jeeps. They're mostly about 30, 40 years old that can fit around UK roads. Modern ones,
Yeah,
most of the modern ones
okay.
I've seen in the are really not designed. I live in Cornwall. All I would say is the road widths are not designed for some of those vehicles.
If you get a base model 2-door Wrangler, it's actually a fairly small footprint of vehicle. The
Okay,
problem is nobody buys those.
and I haven't seen them in the
So-
UK.
I feel like I'm somewhat contractually obligated to say the Wrangler, if for no other reason than
It's probably cheaper to run than a Land Rover, so I would probably say the Wrangler as well if I could find it in the UK.
yeah, I the problem is Stellantis bought Dodge Chrysler.
Mhm.
Did we do something to offend you?
Oh,
Stafford?
Steve, I've seen a Hummer on the UK
Why?
roads. It was stuck. I have literally seen a Hummer on the UK roads. It was in Dorset and it was stuck between two buildings on the road. It couldn't get. It managed to get itself stuck.
Just
It ended up having to be. It ended up having to be gently reversed out with the help of a tractor.
I just don't know what we did to offend you. Language Walter brought us. That one I will bonk
yeah.
you on.
Yeah.
Maybe my American sensibilities, but I will bonk you on it.
I am bonking both Ghost and Foxo and Fleet on things, you know. So we do keep the language little cousin friendly because I haven't yet had the beep saying the little cousins have gone to bed. Seneca
They
Nero,
watch the VOD as well.
yes they do. How would you turn Germany into a proper naval powerhouse starting in 1650, just after the 30 Years' War?
Continuous, reliable investment in naval infrastructure.
Pretty
And
much.
You're only going to get so much powerhouse for the very simple reason of you have this very annoying entity called France and this even more annoying entity called Russia.
I was
and
actually
you're right smack in between.
I was actually thinking I actually probably need to conquer France and Denmark.
Yeah, but then you still have to justify funding to the Navy over the Army.
Well, the thing is, then I have
Mike,
I have a long enough coastline. If I've conquered France, Denmark, Belgium, Netherlands, Luxembourg, of course, then I have mountains securing my border with Spain, mountains securing my border with the Italian city-states. I have a land army which basically needs to focus east. So if I want to be able to do that, then I need to have a navy to defend west, so I no one threatens my coast.
Understandable. Have a nice day.
Yeah, it's basically Prussia in as well at that point. There are a few other options in it, but if I'm starting in 1650 and I'm turning Germany into a proper naval power, starting in 1650, then it's just after 30 Years' War, then I'm building a unified Germany, and then I'm taking over a large chunk of Europe. Because that's literally my only options. Anyone else on the panel want to agree with that or disagree with that?
Seems reasonable to
No,
me.
I think you've got.
So what's the start date for it again?
1650.
Maybe it's gonna be a stretch, but through the try and keep the Hansa going
Mm.
and try and push the German merchant cities to acquire overseas possessions and trading outposts. At that point, you have the justification to keep around a navy. It's a really large navy.
Yeah.
And then
Sounds
as the big power blocks in Germany form, just keep chucking people into the colonies.
Yeah. YouTube Minecraft Watcher, what would you do if in 1935 you were put in command of the Royal Navy, total control over budget and infrastructure? What do you do until 1949? Well, there ain't going to be 14-inch guns for starters. I'd probably go for the 15-inch 45 because that's the easiest gun to produce in numbers and modernize the battleships. My aircraft carriers are all going to look very like an Implacable class, all the ones I'm building pre-war. I am going to probably order a lot more sloops from 1935 onwards. I'm probably looking at matching my destroyer build every year a sloop, so I'm going to try and up my destroyer build to roughly 24 destroyers a year and build 24 sloops a year from 1935 onwards. And... oh, what am I going to do cruiser-wise? I might well actually start my 9.2. I have my 9.2-inch guns ready to go. Push for the quadruple 6-inch guns turrets, but actually bigger turrets than were even planned for Edinburgh and Belfast. And when they're not ready, the quadruple turrets surprisingly don't work. All those, let's say, 6 ships I've ordered, because I'll have 12 towns in their original configuration and 6 more in this formation with quads being built, they'll get twin 9.2-inch guns inserted. So I end up with 6 of those and 12 6-inch towns. That's my core of my modern cruiser force. Oh, and yeah, the investment in the arguments to gain control of the fleet air arm will be... the Insular War traditionally happens in 1937 with the finalization in 1939. I'll be pushing it as hard as I can to get that done in 1936. So the air arms handed over in 1938. And I will have ordered everything I can to quietly get those things into service in 1938. So I have got a decent fighter in service and a few other things. I might have even pushed the development of engines to order the 2,000 horsepower engine for aircraft development and get that started in 1935, because I know Henderson wants to do that. So in the nicest way, if I'm in charge and Henderson's my third Sea Lord, I will have fun. Anyone want to chat? Anyone else? What will you do? Oh, U-class submarines. I'd be surging those. I'd be building as many as I friggin' could get my hands on. So I could the entire Mediterranean could be put under U-class submarines for World War II. And so I could keep the S-class for the North Atlantic, North Sea, and the T's for the Far East.
35 it's when in
Yeah.
charge, right? Ooh. Definitely would agree with the cruisers and sloops, because it also helps that the Town class are just some of my favourite cruisers in general.
Yeah.
While the 9.2s are interesting, I just...
Well, the
Oh,
thing
my
is,
C.
the quad 6-inch doesn't really work, but if I've had a town class hull built for a slightly enlarged quad 6-inch turret, I can then stick in some 9.2s, and I end up with, how do I put this, some cruisers which are out of context problems for most of the other nations.
Hmm.
Because suddenly, for the Italians, there's something armed with 8 9.2-inch guns, built to 1930 standards.
They're not going to have a fun day.
No. And the thing is, I don't need many of them to cause trouble, because if I have 6 of those and 12 towns in service by the time World War II comes around, then that makes a problem for pretty much everyone to try and deal with in terms of the Deutschland class going around the world. Well, they don't want to run into an 8-inch cruiser. They really don't want to run into a 9.2-inch gun armed town class. And when you consider they have the capacity for 4 aircraft aboard to go out scouting, having 6 of those in service means I can have them sitting out there solo scouting for surface raiders, and that means there's some Deutschland class getting a very nasty session. Because 6 11-inch guns versus 8 9.2-inch guns.
I guess one I'd almost try and look into is look into the idea of basically trying to get the escort carrier or light carriers going a bit quicker.
Yeah,
At least get the design studies going, not
Well,
necessarily building.
the design studies were done.
Hmm.
That's again, Henderson's done. What he really needed, I suppose, unless with the other thing is, if I can get the fleet oiler program running more rapidly, then I have a lot of more of those in service, especially the fast fleet oilers built. And actually, also, that's something I forgot. I forgot the amphibious shipping. I might get an LPD built. Because they're doing all the landing craft, and if I have complete control and I don't have to argue anyone or justify it, I'll build some landing platform docks. And that'll be fun.
Trust me, these will come in handy later.
Yes, having a few of those, and also I would probably make the Royal Marines brigades. I would make the mobile naval basing based around with the units actually include a Royal Marines brigade. So there'd be a fully worked up Royal Marines brigade with everything integrated as an organic brigade to defend the base, which we stood up by the monad formations, which would take over the ports and set up air bases. So when Crete was moved into, it would be a full brigade of Royal Marines going in there with all the engineers and everything setting it up. Basically, in that scenario, if I have all my aircraft carriers, A, built, and B, they were built to implacable style rather than Ark Royal or Illustrious, so they basically have the air group size of an Ark Royal, but the armor profile of an Illustrious, then yes, in the nicest way, I would probably have a carrier available for Force Z. Force Z. And honestly, yeah. It wouldn't be 9.2-inch armed Norfolk and Suffolk. I keep all the 8-inch counties around. I'm not replacing them. There'd just be some 9.2-inch gun cruisers as well, backing them up. I'd have got more cruisers. I'm more likely to order more cruisers than I am to do anything else.
Would you do anything about the dual-purpose secondary batteries? Would you try and unify on any of them, or just allow them to stick with the various mix?
In 1935, I could probably give a kick up the behind on the 4.5-inch gun crew, but there's not much I can do in that time, considering that was also the profile they were working on those things. But I would give a kick to them to try and get them in as quick as possible. Again, if I have more budget control so I can put more money into it, yeah, I'd do it.
Right, folks, I've got to have an early start tomorrow, so I'm
All
going
right.
to have to leave you, I'm afraid.
Take care.
Good night, everybody.
Go on, Tiddles. Don't worry, I will answer all the questions left in the can. I think we've got a few left in the can.
Yep.
And that's finally that squad done.
Okay, so you are Senator Canary. You're 1920s Royal Navy, and you can stockpile 1 part for World War II. What part would you choose, and in what quantity?
1 part.
One thing I can stockpile for World War II, and in what quantity? 1920s. 40mm pom-pom?
Not the worst of ideas.
Pom-pom barrels and ammunition. Pom-pom?
Yeah.
Pom-pom barrels? Because if you think about it, what changes much between the 1920s and 1930s? It's got to be a pom-pom.
Do you think you could get away with more spare 15-inch?
They already had a whole load of them.
They've got
The
They've
British,
got a bunch, but if they have more, could they potentially be convinced to try and do
the
more
British
Vanguard
literally have a
style
stockpile
ships,
profile
or
of roughly 200 barrels. So
how many turrets, though?
well, that's the trouble. If you could stockpile some more 15-inch turrets, yes, then you could theoretically build more Vanguards. They only have the four spare. But if the turrets count us apart, yeah, 15-inch turrets. Or actually no, triple turrets.
That would be nice.
If I can stockpile some triple turrets off the Nelrod, like the Nelrods have, so they're stockpiled up. So I have a load of triple turrets.
Because you could fit the 15-inch from the spare 15-inch into the triple turret pretty easily.
Yes,
right?
you can. It's designed for 16-inch, so anything smaller can be worked into it quite easily. Well, when I say easily, relatively easy as far as naval construction is concerned.
With a little bit of work.
Mm-hmm.
And that could be some pretty interesting things if the Royal Navy can get some probably 3x3 armed 15-inch fast rockets out.
Yeah, maybe even some triples, if they
That
have
would
enough
be
turrets spare.
Very nice, but
also, that might change what you choose for the King George V, because you're going for a rapid build profile, so you might go, right, and we'll go for a 12-15-inch gun model. With triple turrets.
I like the sound of.
Yeah. That's a King George V, which scares the bejesus out of pretty much everyone. Because if it's 28 knots and 12-15-inch guns, then most people are going to go, okay, that's an out-of-context problem for us today.
Bismarck all of a sudden starts feeling very outclassed. What do you mean you've got 50% more firepower over me?
Yeah. And if you've got those in stockpile, it's worthwhile going for the 15-inch 45, so they're going to be the new gun. Literally taking a 15-inch 42 and improving it.
What could possibly go wrong?
So if I could, either more 15-inch twin or 16-inch triple turrets.
Mm-hmm.
Even if they don't have the barrels, just the actual turret itself.
Yeah, because that does speed up the construction. Right then. So that's the stockpile one. What about Foxo and Runon? Anything different you do?
Not really. Build unicorn. Build more carriers.
This is the one where we can select a part.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Brain fart here.
Don't worry.
Oh, what's the actual exact of the question again? Sorry, I'm just getting tired.
For the 1920s Royal Navy, and you can stockpile one part for World War II. What part do you choose, and in what quantity?
Oh.
So far, we've had pom-pom barrels and 15/16-inch turrets.
4.7-inch guns.
Oh.
If I remember correctly, the Royal Navy destroyers had an eclectic mix of every single 4-inch they could get their hands on, which caused significant issues with supplying them because you had, I think it was, 5 different 4-inch ammunitions going around.
Mm-hmm.
So just more of, I think the 4.7's the best at that point.
It's the one they've standardized around.
So just get as many 4-inch guns as possible. So you don't get the random 4-inch and 4.5-inch calibers. Also probably speed up destroyer acquisition to a degree. Once mobilization starts.
Yeah.
YouTube Minecraft watcher is suggesting flashless powder. Did the UK ever have a realistic we're running short on powder moment?
No, not in World War II. And they had a huge amount, and also the amount of powder developments that happened in the 1930s. You don't want to stockpile 1920s powder.
The only powder issue I can remember for the Royal Navy is with, is it the County class cruisers?
The Harefish 5.5 was the standard secondary fitted on the hood and various other ships at the time, so yeah, that's around. The 4.5 isn't really around at this point, but the 5.5 is. Yeah, it's interesting. There's also some cruisers fitted with it, if I remember correctly. Okay. We can save one standard class from destruction, and it means standard battleships. Now, I'm going to answer mine, and then I'm going to let you all answer yours, because I'm going to answer mine very quickly. Because mine would be the last one, say it built, the only standard built by Bethlehem Steel, which was USS Nevada. Because I like the Bethlehem Steel ships, and I think they don't get enough credit through history. Because they were basically the US equivalent of Cavalairs for quite a while, in terms of the construction quality. Anyone else?
I would probably be shot if I didn't say USS California.
Okay.
Uh,
A particular friend of mine who
West
does
Virginia.
indeed own rifles has a very soft spot for it, and I'll be honest, I actually do like the look of her as well, especially in her World War II fit.
What's the question again?
If you could save,
You can
if
save
you could
one
save
standard.
one
Which one you pick?
yeah.
Wyoming. Right, no, Wyoming's a standard. Is she?
No,
No.
Wyoming's too early, unfortunately. It's Nevada and later.
I think it'd be interesting to save Colorado.
Yeah, one of the 16s.
Nevada, probably.
Well, the first of the standards.
Yeah, because she's the oldest and she's the closest to a Wyoming I'm going to be able to save.
Fair.
It's just the US deciding, oh, our dreadnoughts are unstable. How do we fix this? Please add another 2 turrets to their
On the old
dreadnoughts.
one, yeah.
Just like, you just bolted a second stern onto this battleship. That's the question. Do I crack open a monster dragon?
Let's see.
Sorry about that. Sister came to quickly chat me. Next question. It's we answered the Trenton one. So it's from Steve Clarke himself.
There's so much. Yeah, there's so much spam in social media currently about the asymmetrical warfare Russia is currently doing, anchor chains, destroying cables and pipelines, cyber attacks, etc., that they believe is leading inevitably towards a hot war towards Russia and NATO. Now we know that Dr. C knows things that he can't tell us. Okay, news.
Yeah.
So, the rest of the panel, do we think the assessments made in the media from leaders like Donald Tusk are, in their own way, leading towards increases in defense spending across NATO that we are seeing?
I'd always say, before we carry on to that, just to clarify, Chatham House briefings, etc., the rules are you're not supposed to speak about them until they are made public. So that's, I think, what Steve's talking about. And yes, yeah. I do get to go to those because I am considered, when I'm around and useful, I'm considered quite knowledgeable in my field. So yeah, I'm one of the few academics who seems to specialise in conventional deterrence in the UK, which is always an interesting thing to get into.
Would you say that you're outstanding in your field?
No, I'd say there's not enough people in my field.
You live in Cornwall. You have fields now. You can go stand in them.
I can do, but I'd be standing in it alone.
Never stopped me.
Yeah. Okay. There were fields in Surrey, in the nicest way. I live near the Epsom Downs in Surrey. It was the nicest way. There's a great big racetrack, horse racing, that is, the space there. Okay, so do you think assessments made in the media from Tusk are a known way leading to increase in defence spending across NATO that we're seeing? I think one of the things is that many politicians who were further away from the risk have been forced to confront it. And one of the things you have to remember is that when you've got, and I would call Putin a bit of a gambling personality, and for people who disagree with me, I would go, look, in a nice way, the man does like to throw a gamble. He does like to see if he can get away with something, so he has a gambling personality in international relations. The thing is, gambling personalities tend to assess risk before they do things. And if they think you've disarmed, and they think that you are not going to get any support because you're not worthwhile, then they're more likely to gamble than if they think you are actually well armed and well prepared. And this has sort of led to a lot of countries going, well, actually, if we want to lower the risk of war and lower the risk of conflict, we have to make it more obvious that the risk of conflict is high. That if you engage us, we have the means and the will to defend ourselves. So please don't. It's one of those interesting quirks of human nature and history. If you want peace, prepare for war, it's actually a very good motto to live by. Because if you're not prepared for war, then there's always going to be a gambler or a bully who's prepared to take advantage of that fact. And that works on the playground as it does on the international stage between nations. In fact, it works more likely on the international stage between nations than it does on the playground. Why? Because there's no police, there's no teacher to call, there's no one else higher authority between nations. Between nations, it is... I don't like to say it's might makes right, because it really shouldn't be might makes right. But, as my good friend Drac likes to say, the age of the sternly worded note is over. It's now the age of, you will don't do that, or in the nicest way, all these sharp pointy objects will start to come into play. So let's go have a conversation and do some jaw, because war is a possibility, but we prefer to do jaw. But we're prepared to do the war. And that's the thing. One of the interesting things when you start doing conventional deterrence and you start working it through is that actually you sometimes have to almost act in a way which is completely counterintuitive. So if you want to diffuse a situation and bring about peace, what you do is you pull your forces back, you'd act more relaxed, more peaceful, to show everyone we don't want a conflict in this scenario. But sometimes, if you're facing off with someone who's a gambling personality, they will draw that as a sign of weakness, and will therefore push further. So actually what you end up having to do, what's actually the sensible thing to do, is actually to mobilise your forces and push them forward, but be careful to keep them behind a certain line so they're not actually risking engagement, but they are in a way positioned strongly. Because that proactive movement, that mobilisation of force, that show of strength in some regards, that puffing yourself up, will make the gambler personality go, oh, no, this is a bad risk. This is not something I want to do. And they'll change their tack. So you have to be very careful. But you can only do that sort of thing if you have the forces in the trained personnel and equipment in the numbers required to do that. And the thing is, we're coming from a period where it was a really strange, because it was considered a unipolar world. It wasn't really, but it was considered a unipolar world. And the sternly worded note worked because the balance of power was perceived as being so overwhelmingly on one side. But the trouble is, as the nations like NATO, etc., and the individual countries kept cutting their own forces in to try and save money, to take advantage of the peace dividend in air quotes, they managed to undermine that to the point to which it no longer exists. The hard calculus is when to press the issue, when to back off, and yes, that is the whole thing of conventional deterrence, which I talk about and have to that I sort of work on a lot, and that's what a lot of my papers and a lot of my work, which I don't put online, is about. Knight 6831, Pax Americana, like Pax Britannia and Pax Romana, are nice things to talk about as imaginary pieces of history, but actually look at them and go, have they ever been the reality? Was there ever a time when an American could walk anywhere in the world and know they were safe simply because they were an American citizen? No. Same with the British,
Not anywhere,
and the
that's for
same with the
certain.
Romans. And there has never been a time where there is nowhere in the world they cannot walk protected by their simple reality, their passport. The reality has always been that if you muck with them, though, something will turn up and will cause trouble. But the level of what that trouble will be is very different, depending on the scenario. When was the last time an RN ship was lost to a tsunami? I'm honestly trying to remember this, because I thought there was one not that long ago. And it's an interesting one. There have been British ships which have sort of suffered damage quite recently, but I think there's none listed as sinking in a tsunami since possibly, well, not a tsunami, but the last ones which have been lost in serious weather. Oh, yeah, we are. The last ones lost to severe weather were probably during World War II. To an actual tsunami? Oh, we're dealing with a long time ago. A long, long time ago. But there's a whole debate as to whether they were lost to tsunami or if they were just sailing ships lost. So, yeah, that's a lot of research to work out. Right. YouTube Minecraft Watcher. If the US was to somehow get their hands on the AT-Ts from Star Wars with instruction manuals, parts and fuel and ammo, how would World War II go?
They would be very confused.
Yeah.
Because the all-terrain tactical enforcer is driven from the front in a, and I will very much emphasize, semi-protected glass cockpit, because that glass, while reinforced, is still basically a reinforced glass, and that's your driver that is exposed in plain sight, and your main gunner is also fully exposed.
Yeah, they'd probably be modifying it quite heavily, very quickly.
On the other hand, the fact that this thing can move 60 kilometers an hour, is 13 meters long and 5 meters tall, that will probably impress some people.
I would say that, to be fair, that for full metal jacket ammunition, like what you're going to have in World War II, I doubt that's going to get through that transparent steel.
I'm more thinking like dedicated anti-tank rifles and then, like 20-30 mil. That probably will.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying I wouldn't be placing bets either way.
Also, it being hit from the front, the cockpit, if it gets hit from from high-grade enemy anti-tank or just an enemy tank, isn't. If it hits the side armor though, or the sloped plates at the front, that's going to be very problematic, because that is.
incredibly
I'm
angled.
just, don't take this the wrong way. I'm just thinking of the fact that they can walk up walls.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
like, these do not care about your terrain at all.
No, and
Not that
it's just just imagine an amphibious operation with these.
Yeah, because they're
They
fully
can-
pressurized.
Yeah. Honestly, World War II is over very, very quickly. And they carry 20 soldiers per unit, and they have a heavy laser cannon, and it's just, yeah, in nicest way, it's just over.
6
Yeah.
anti-tank personnel
Can you
lasers,
imagine
1
those
mass
doing?
driver.
Can you imagine those on the island hopping campaign?
Yeah, that's not so
Also,
much an island
no.
hopping campaign as an island walking campaign.
In that, they probably would also make good use of the fact that these things do only have 500 kilometers range at most before they're fully empty. So you'll probably want a proper dedicated support battalion to them, but they've not got the worst range.
No.
And I said, the fact they can run over any terrain at 60 kilometers an hour.
Means that most of the 88mm do not have the gunnery capacity to engage it, especially not before the laser cannon takes them out.
Yeah.
And that upper main gun, I think, is a kinetic effect round.
Mass
It's
driver.
It's not a laser round.
Heavy mass driver. They can be swapped out for a turbo laser, but that's only in post-war variants, and it's not commonly talked about.
Yeah, it's a case of a mass driver cannon, MAD 21 heavy laser cannon turrets. That's what they have in the quad turret of the 4 turrets forward.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's just, yeah, it's an out of context problem, which is going to change the scenario quite dramatically.
And given that laser rounds, blaster rounds, are effectively line of sight, you park a couple of those things around key assets, and your air defense picture changes catastrophically for the attacking forces.
In the nicest way, if the Americans decide to keep them going, they can walk the whole way across Russia. You could literally have them take a walk off Alaska, walk into Russia, walk the whole way across Russia, and move the eastern front to Berlin.
Yeah, I mean they've got training, parts, fuel, and ammunition. So
Yep.
I mean, if you've got a part on something that if you've got just a black box that you pull parts out of, suddenly the question of is this economical to repair gets asked a whole heck of a lot less.
Yep.
Which reminds me, if anybody can point me towards transatlantic shipping moving companies, please do so.
Okay, next question is from Night01. Why were the Soviets planning to get 16 Project 58 Canada-class cruisers and 35 Project 1134 Cresta-class cruisers, and why did they switch to Cresta 2? Well, honestly, because that's the number of cruisers they felt they needed, and the Cresta 2s were a better design. What they needed, because their things changed. Honestly, that's often the case of they are planning to get these cruisers because they think they need that many cruisers, and because also you have to remember the Soviets. The Soviets tend to go with cruisers because they didn't have a really active carrier program, and they were looking at them for presence assets, especially global presence assets. A cruiser is basically, and this is the trouble, the translation of the Soviet to the Russian to the English tends to translate as cruiser, but basically you have to think of cruiser as the vessel which the Soviets considered could deploy itself as a solo or part of a task group pardon me, worldwide. So it was their presence/combat ship, which they could deploy worldwide as a solo asset, within the limitations of logistics they had available to support it. So that's why they're going with what they're doing, basically. Happy with that, or was I too quick?
Works for me.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm looking up the Satsuma because I have no idea what that ship is.
You're looking at the Satsuma.
The Satsuma's fun.
Okay.
In all the wrong ways.
What are your thoughts on the IJN Satsuma from World of Warships?
Alright, so we got
And
4
if it existed,
twins.
how could the USN respond to it?
4 twins at 4 twin 510s. And she can do 27 knots on 166 horsepower, and she's rocking 460 millimeter Citadel, 57 millimeter deck. Turret plating 650 front glacis. I don't know. My brain is kind of.
She also is
right now for
mounting
some reason.
203mm secondary guns and the advanced 100mm tertiary guns.
Oh.
Four twin 203s in what you can see is 2 per side, and then the rest are meant to be the improved 100mm that you find on the what's called Akizuki Kai, which is the Kitakaze.
Broadly speaking,
When
your response to it is twofold. One is the what we tend to call the Essex Swarm, which the Americans were already building. The other one is possibly a long Tanner or two gets built.
Oh, I think a long Tanner or two definitely gets built, especially if this is known early war.
Mhm.
It's a development of the A150s.
Yeah. Also, interestingly enough, she has 20 twin of the Japanese 40mm. So she, as well as a 30 triple 25mm, and then the 14 twin 100s for long range AA. So she actually has a reasonable level of AA brackets, but
yeah, the Essex Swarm are going to the Essex Swarm are still going to be. Yes, we are dialing in 6 carrier groups. Hang on, she's got heavy air group. 12 carrier
We're dialing
air
in
groups.
8 carrier air groups.
Rumsfeld, how would the assessment of Johnny Walker be different had he survived and gone on to be an admiral in a Pacific War that lasted well into 1946? Probably wouldn't be that different, as probably in the nicest way, if the war lasts well into 1946, he's probably a rear admiral and he's in charge of a task group or something, and honestly, he will be able to do that. He would probably get command, because he's got VN and people out there, so as a rear admiral, he'd probably be put in charge of something like the escort carriers, or the various supply groups around that, so yeah, he would. It's not going to cause any problems. But as I said, he's a very, very good captain, but he's not really by his temperament, because he's too much of a doer himself to be suited for really high command. Because he wants to take his own ship over and do the mission and sort it out and lead it. He doesn't want to stand off and organize things.
To answer Walter Broadus's question regarding the ATTE, it's self-transporting because you don't have concerns like fuel or maintenance parts. So if you wear parts out, oh no.
But transporting probably is by ship when you need to take it long distances. Otherwise, it takes itself propelled. It's fairly fast. It's quite at 60 kilometers an hour. It's fast enough to do it without causing too much problems. How overly ambitious, this is from 1961, were the Soviet Cold War naval building programs? Let's put it this way, they're based on their desires, not necessarily on their construction capacities. But, so ambitious, probably yes, but they were also justified by what they wanted them to do. Okay? Minecraft Watcher, what are your thoughts on World of Warships Cristoforo Colombo? An Italian battleship,
Oh,
and if
no.
existed, how would the Royal Navy respond? I'm fairly sure, judging from what I remember about it, and I don't remember a lot, if that battleship had been existing or in any way coming into existence, the Lion class gets completely built. And the
Yeah.
Lion class which gets built possibly have 12 16-inch guns.
She caused a lot of consternation when she first came out because she's a 4x4 armed 15-inch battleship with 9 6-inch per side and twin 90 and a lot of twin 90 mils. And it's more just the problem of why are the Italians going with 4 quad turrets? Why are they doing
Well,
quad
yeah,
turrets in general?
if they're building if they were building something that big and that massive, then in nicest way, the Lions class are definitely getting 12 16-inch guns. Might be getting 12 16.5-inch guns because the British will probably go with that rather than necessarily going a super heavy shell of some kind based on that. But yeah,
Ironically, that could actually lead pretty well to what Conqueror is in World of Warships, but yeah.
What do you mean Conquer Thunder?
Stafford, that's edging very close to political campaigning in the chat. In fact, it's almost possibly over it. I don't.
Yeah,
I
I'm looking at it too.
always tell people to vote. I do agree. If you want to be able to complain about things, you need to vote, because that's a very basic thing. As long as you voted, you can complain about it. If you didn't vote and you didn't exercise your right to vote, then, to my mind, whilst you cannot, it's a free country. You can always complain. I feel less inclined to listen to you if I found you haven't voted. And for the UK, we've got our own elections coming up for local council in May the 5th, but that's a long time away.
Unfortunately, it's not actually that long away.
Uh,
So what, a week?
1 week, 1 day, so yeah, 8 days.
an ATET, is that an AT-AT or an? I think
I think they mean ATTE.
ATT cannot walk through a field of heavy barbed wire.
That's why I have
Yes,
engineers.
It can.
Like, even if that's true, that's why I have combat engineers.
Yes, that's why you have combat engineers.
An AT-AT, that is an AT-AT. So an all-terrain attack transport, yes, they can. Well, no, they can, as long as you're not getting them high enough around the legs. They can just step over it.
Yes.
Like an ATTE is even more resistant to it
because it's got 6 legs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm a little curious where the idea they can't walk through barbed wire comes from.
Yeah,
I can only assume
they do sound like a particularly large anti-tank ditch would knock one out, though.
no, because they can just step over it.
Yeah, like a particularly large anti-tank ditch.
At this point, this isn't an anti-tank ditch. You have built a moat for a castle style thing, if not bigger.
In which case, I have bridging vehicles.
Yeah.
And once I've laid down enough artillery fire and the gun from those systems themselves, there will be a bridging vehicle will arrive and provide space, and it might be an adapted ATTE.
Also, what's the ground pressure on these things?
I realised you were Stafford, which is why I said yes, but I didn't. But I was also going to mention you were edging very close.
Right. So, Nicholas, I presume you're referring to the ATTE instead of the AT-AT. They are two very different vehicles. Yes. The mass driver, on average, has over 60 shots. They can carry an absolute ton because they are attack transports. They carry enough supplies for 3 months. So they more than likely carry more than 15 rounds of ammunition. Also, you don't actually need that large of a round for a mass driver, considering the speed these things are firing at.
That's basically... Mass driver is more how to put E equals MC squared than M equals MC squared. M equals E equals... M equals the energy.
Yeah, cargo capacity 40 tons.
Yeah.
Alone.
Good luck crossing around those things. Oh,
sure, I'll take a nap while we're doing it.
It would happen.
Like, to be honest, the problem is the JAR has to fight on a variety of different planets with a variety of different atmospheric conditions. Some of those are going to include high gravity and, by extension, high atmospheric pressure worlds. I wouldn't be surprised if that thing couldn't take 2 or 3 atmospheres on the outside hull.
Mhm.
It can possibly even take more because it also has to deal with overpressure scenarios with munitions going off around it. The problem is Star Wars is not so much science fiction as it is science fantasy, science or space science fantasy to space opera. You, based on what we see, it would be an absolutely catastrophic out of context problem for whoever came across it. And if you put those in the hands of Patton, I think Patton is going to have a couple of mistakes or incidents with the Soviets at the end of the war, and it's just going to keep going east.
And if you want a really horrifying thing to imagine, if the US do decide to send some of these to the Channel crossings, they could just walk from England to Normandy.
Yeah, it's not that deep.
Yeah, I would
And
be
these
hesitant
things
for
coming out of the
anything
water?
deeper than the Channel or at a stretch the Bering Sea. I wouldn't try and walk them across the Pacific, that's for certain.
Oh,
No.
no.
But
Also, they run out of fuel. They do.
Right.
They have a maximum range of 500 kilometers. Anyway,
Right, we have our last 2 questions, which is where's what happens? Oh, there's the Devastator one. I thought there was another question.
what is your thoughts on the Christopher Colombo? I've
We
pulled
answered
it
that.
up.
We answered that one, and then so how would the Royal Navy use HMS Devastation World Warships, and how would World War II go? Well, Bismarck is not having a good time. If my memory of the stats of HMS Devastation are correct.
yeah.
The Italian fleet is facing an out of context problem at Matapan because Devastation could probably solo their force and Matapan.
Devastation is a 30.5 knot ship armed with 16 16.5-inch guns. With Vanguard's 5.25-inch guns with the faster rate of fire. And then to top it off, it's got Tiger's 3-inch guns as AA.
In which
as
case,
well as a ton of 40mm and 7.
Bye Italian fleet, bye German fleet. That thing just isn't going to that thing isn't going to be stopped by pretty much anything short of a massive aerial attack. And I don't think there's any standoff weapons which are designed to deal with the level of fire and threat that a 3-inch poses at that point. Thanks.
Yeah, she's got
thanks,
4 quad 419 45s.
Yeah.
Ouch.
Yeah. She's got a 16 and a half inch guns. That's usually what I build in UAD as an out of context problem for everyone else to deal with. And it usually works. The main problem is going to be only having one of them.
Yeah, but wherever it goes, as you said, it's a bit of an out of context problem.
Wherever it goes, there are going to be people crying over dealing with it.
And at 30.5 knots, she's not the slowest.
No, and just think of her in the Norway campaign if she finds Scharnhorst and Gneisenau.
They're fast enough to run, aren't they?
A bit. But it's still a case of, yes, now where are you running to? And especially, what if the rest of the Royal Navy, starts to entrap them?
And also, the thing is, they've got a bit of a speed advantage, but in the storm, they haven't. Whereas she's got a mass advantage. She's going to retain a speed far better in the weather they found themselves in than they will. And that's the big problem. It's the mass advantage. So that is definitely an interesting problem for them to deal with. Yeah. I would say if you have that, there are honestly also there's the possibility that that's the ship put with Force H, because then it can go either way. And so when Ark Royal is when Force H runs into it has the Italian ships chasing it after the battle of after Taranto, and Renown drops back to try and deal with them if they try and get too close to Ark Royal, but they fall back. That thing might not drop back with the idea of just protecting Ark Royal. That thing will drop back with the idea of engaging the Italian fleet and wiping it out.
YouTube Minecraft Watcher, bye bye Yamato. Oh yeah, if this
Yeah,
thing ends up in a gunfight with Yamato.
This thing in a gunfight with any other battleship built in that period, any battleship built in that period is just bye-bye. Because it's the sheer volume of fire. It's 16 and a half inch guns with the radars and other systems they've included in it, and the 3-inch AA guns and all the other things. In a nice way, the 3-inch AA guns are also going to be anti-surface weapons. That's going to be bye-bye to most of your destroyer forces before they even have to get in the 5.25s involved.
The only thing I could maybe see them not being a bit too happy with is the fact that she only, after the 3-inch guns, the only AA she has is 10 single-barreled 40mm 56 Mark III Bofors.
Yeah,
I could maybe see them wanting just basically to stick more guns on, but
they possibly could, but those are radar
she's got
guided.
the deck space.
Those are radar guided, so in nicest way, the first thing if you're building those already to put them on there, then Lord help everyone else, because those are going to be on every other ship as well. So yeah, it's in the nicest way. She's got the deck space for more. You could probably double those mounts up if you wanted. But the sheer amount of firepower she's going to be putting up there, there ain't much going to be dealing with surviving that. There is not much. Anyway. I think it's time for me to say thank you to you all. Thank you to everyone for the chat. Thank you to everyone who's been...
Thank you, Paul.
Yeah, thank you, Stephen. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, everyone who's been supporting the channel and supporting especially all the money which has come in towards the new computer. That will hopefully bring things back to a more normal keel as soon as that's in service. And thank you, everyone who's basically supporting us as we go on. There are more things for Shipshape. We can't do any of the stuff we do, me on this channel or the Shipshape wider crew as a whole, without your support. That is entirely what keeps us going. That is entirely what makes everything we do possible. So the thing I always do say these days when I'm talking about the subscribe button, which is down below on YouTube, there's also a similar situation on Twitch, you have to make sure the bell is filled in if you want to hear our videos, because if it's not filled in bell, then YouTube decides based on its algorithm whether you're going to like them or not. And for those videos, for their promotion, for their viewership by the rest of YouTube, the YouTube community, for us to grow our channels and find more people, it's really important that our subscribers watch those videos as soon and as fully as they can, because that's how the algorithm rates it. So thank you very much. Drakenred, I can't wait for you to get a better computer. I can't wait as well. And this poor laptop is so not... Look, nice way. My PC was perfectly fine. I would not have been doing anything to my PC this year. It was on the books for next year. At earliest, realistically. Now I'm having to replace it this year because things fell on it. A book fell on it. Which is rather appropriate for my office, but also rather problematic. And I did love my mum's basically gone, so are you building a shelter for the new PC? And I went, what made you ask that question? She said, because there's something appeared in the garden which has got 6 legs and is being built and is in your woodworking area. And I went, yeah. So basically, I've got the new case dimensions, and I have built something which is going to fit over it, and is going to have 4 inches of clearance above it, so it's got plenty of air circulation around it, and 2 inches on either side, and the buttons are going to be well protected, and nothing's going to fall on the top of it.
Yeah, my next thing is going to be a GPU probably because I'm looking at some of the interesting behavior I'm getting on some of my ports, and I'm going, interesting.
Fun times.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look, Jonathan Moon. The only thing I'm waiting for is my paycheck to arrive. That's all I'm waiting on is my paycheck. I literally £300 in terms of the amount I've got in the account for the PC build and the amount I need. It's £300 deficit at the moment, and that I've allocated from that paycheck when it arrives. And it was supposed to arrive on Thursday, but it's been moved to the 28th, and so yay. Hopefully it arrives today. Today is the 28th. It's now past midnight. We'll see. If it doesn't, I'm going to be really, really annoyed and really pissed off, and you will probably hear about that on Ramblings later on. But, yeah.
Yeah, you can tell he's not happy about that one, can you?
Yeah. I do
I'm just
the-
hoping. I'm
understandable
just hoping that
reason,
my
but-
background comes back.
It will do. Don't worry. Anyway, thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, everyone who's been doing the comments because we haven't got a working bot. We haven't realised how dependent we are on the bot till we've not got a working bot, and now we've realised just how much work it does. Thank you for Unon to all the work they do. Thank you to Foxo and Dragon for being here. Thank you, Fleet, who of course left us earlier. And I hope to see you all soon for other videos. And take care. Thank you very much, and have a good evening. Right then, let's do that.